Good morning, Miss Sharon.
Lord, bring your healing presence. Heal the mind, heal the brain, nervous system, nerves be healed. I speak life to the nervous system. If you have Alzheimer's, the Lord is healing you. Lord, bring healing to their mind.
Good morning and welcome to the Saturday, January 29th, 2022 School Board Work Session. The time is now 8:35 in the morning. The school board would like to take this moment to respectfully acknowledge we are residing on the traditional land of the Dene people. Our mission is to provide an excellent, equitable education in a safe, supportive environment so all students will succeed and contribute to a diverse, changing society. Mrs. Tuttle, can we please get a roll call?
Sure. Mr. Sampson's expected. Mrs. Matheson?
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Doran?
Here.
Thank you. Mrs. Sanderson by Zoom?
Here.
Thank you. Ms. Marati? Here. Thank you. Mrs. Smith?
Here.
Thank you. Mrs. Luke?
Here.
Thank you. The board has a quorum.
Thank you so much. Our one agenda item this morning is board professional development focused on the role and operations of board committees. Core value, engage with students, family, staff, and community to support student success. Tiffany Jackson from the Association of Alaska School Boards, AASB, Director of Membership Service, will provide an overview of the board's roles and responsibilities and facilitate board discussion on its committees to clarify their purpose, create consistency, and enhance their efficiency. Before I turn it over to Ms. Jackson, is there anything from administration?
No, we have nothing now.
Perfect. Ms. Jackson.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm going to scoop back a hair so I'm not right under the speaker. Nope. Back. Okay, I'm not. Okay. It's odd just hearing it right in my head. Sorry about that. So good morning. I'm not going to do my whole introduction since we already did that last night. We're going to get started this morning with reviewing the school board roles and responsibilities. I hope everybody still has their board superintendent roles and responsibilities book. Maggie, I did leave one for you last night, but I have an extra copy if you need one. Okay, I will get you one in for here just in a moment. And what I'd like to do as we get started is I've assigned sections to everybody. And Erin, Jen, and April actually have 2 sections because I was going in a circle like this. So what I want us to do is I'm going to give you just a few minutes to review your section and look at what the role of the board is and what the role of the superintendent is. And after you've had a few minutes to review that, we will come together and I'd like you to actually present on what are some, not the entire page, but when you look at the key roles and responsibilities of the board and the superintendent, what are 1 or 2 of the highlights that you think it's important for all board members to know? Like this, when I look at the board and superintendent's roles in budget and finance, I think it's really key that this is the board's role and this is the superintendent's role. And I've already assigned you some. Let me get a booklet for Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Sanderson, did you have a question?
I do. What is my section? What did you assign for me, Ms. Johnson?
I'm going to go through that right now.
Okay, I think
So, oh, yes, sorry. Okay. So, Ms. Marati, you will have general functions and facilities. Ms. Luke, you will have expectations and relationships, as well as meetings. Ms. Smith, you'll have policy and community engagement. Miss Sanderson, you'll have personnel. Mr. Duran, you'll have curriculum and instruction. Ms. Moline, you'll have collective bargaining. Ms. Matheson will have students. And I had Mr. Sampson assigned to budgets and finance, but would somebody like to take that one on? Great. So going to give you about 3 to 4 minutes. I'll kind of look up to see when people look like they're done to review your section or sections, and then we'll share out. That's been about 4 minutes. Do members, are we good? No, but want another minute or two? Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. I know people might not have, especially those that have 2 pages, might not have gotten through both pages in that amount of time, but we will do the best that we can when we get there. So we're going to start with general functions. And Ms. Marati, I'm going to turn the floor over to you. Key takes on roles of the board and the superintendent.
So for general functions, the key takes that I identified for the board's role is to serve. So the board serves as liaison between the district and the community. They set policy by establishing rules. They supervise in all areas the superintendent position only, and they approve the planning process for stakeholder development of long-range plans. And then the superintendent's role is that they are responsible to the board and carry out the board policies and direction, and that they're supervised by the board, and they administer and supervise the district in accordance with board policy. They report the needs of the district and the state and national developments in education to the board. They collaborate with other associations, and they implement long-range plans that the board and stakeholders develop.
Any thoughts or does that all sound like things that people realized were roles of the board and the superintendent when it came to just general functions? Any surprises? We're good? Okay, and we're going to move on. Expectations and relationships. Ms. Luke.
From the board, it talked a lot about the superintendent doing a written goals and of expectations with performance and doing an evaluation. And then twice in number 5 and number 7, it talks about demonstrating trust and respect for the professional judgment, and also demonstrating trust and respect for their right to have a different opinion than the board, or at least being able to voice that opinion. And then for the superintendent, it talks about providing board with materials as requested from the board as a whole, ensuring that they have a valid superintendent certification and maintains that certificate, or is a qualified chief school administrator, responsible for the overall operation of schools, supervision of instructional program, and management of all personnel, but works together with the board for the good of the district and student achievement. And I felt this was really kind of important because this kind of came up yesterday, acts as advisor to the board in areas needing policy development and revision. And that's exactly what we're doing right now. So I appreciate that.
Great. A couple things I do want to highlight is that you'll start to see in a lot of these sections the work and focus on policy, approving policy, making recommendations on policy in all the various areas. So that's something that will be an ongoing trend as we look at all the different roles and responsibilities of board members and the superintendent. And also for the superintendent, you pointed it out, Ms. Luke, requests from the board as a whole. And I think that's important to highlight that when requests are coming to the superintendent for various things, that needs to come as a request from the board as a whole. There might be a lot of We did last year the colors training with my colleague Timmy, and talking about the different colors that people see themselves and operate as. And I think it was green that really likes data and likes a lot of information. And that's not everybody. But if you have somebody on your board that's a green and always wants all that backup data and is asking the superintendent for it, it might be information that's nice to know, but the whole board doesn't want it. Maybe it's not a need to know. And it does take time from the superintendent and their other duties as well.
Ms. Marati?
I remember that conversation, but we never implemented how to make that process work. So currently, when a board member has a need or question, then they email the superintendent and the chair. If it's a board decision to request that information, what happens from there?
And I think that's why we're talking about it right now, is that we are seeing that there's a breakdown in what do we need, how is that process going forward. Typically, if it is a request from the board or one member, we bring it to Ms. Moline and ask if there's any other requests for that. And that's how it's been done in all other past. But I think that we need to definitely review how that comes about and see if we can get a collaboration with Ms. Tuttle, if there are multiple requests, and reach out to the board as a whole to see if there are questions or if the board as a whole would like that information between meetings. Because I know during meetings, we definitely ask, hey, is this something that the board as a whole would like? But if there's questions that arise between meetings, we need to have a more defined way of going about requesting that information. So during meetings, easy peasy, we throw it out to the board. And if everybody agrees, yeah, we need that information, it's definitely an official request. But between meetings, that's where it gets a little muddled. And we need to have a little more clear, defined way of getting that information.
May I follow up?
Yes, ma'am.
So we had this exact conversation a year ago, almost to the day, and nothing happened last year. Lots of other things needed to happen, so understandably. So we're having this conversation again, but it's not on the agenda for today or anywhere in the near future that I foresee. So I just want to put it out in the universe that this is something that we've now been talking about for over a year, and it would be great if we could actually have action on it.
I'm totally fine with, I don't know if we take action here or what has to happen, if it needs to just be a framework.
We can't take action here, but I think, Mrs. Tuttle, if we can have this as a highlighted thing that we would like to put on our agenda making meeting to see when we can fit this in so that we can ensure that it is addressed. And that it doesn't fall. Because as you've been here even yesterday, there are a couple of things that were brought up, and I was like, oh, I remember that from last year or the year before, and so being able to catch these small things and make sure that they really are fine-tuned so that these small things don't become big things within a board, so that there is that clarity of policy. But like it was mentioned, right now it can't be discussed because it wasn't noticed, but making sure that we put it on an agenda meeting for maybe a possible work session in the future, near future, to dive into it.
And whether it's a work session or like, as we've discussed in the past, when we're going to get more into policy with Ms. Smith here in just a moment. So it's probably a good dovetail into that, the board, and I don't want to steal her thunder, but I'm just going to come back to this question about requests for information after Ms. Smith has covered the roles of the board and the superintendent when it comes to policy, because I think they tie together really well.
Thank you. I am a highlighter. You said highlight. So the thing that I felt was the highlight was that the board clearly defines for the superintendent the intent of the board and the actions necessary for implementation. I'm not sure there's really anything more important than that. And then in the superintendent role was implements district policies and assures that the staff, student, and community are aware of the intent and importance of those policies. So that was just the highlights for me.
And that's perfect. So kind of taking a step back when we talk about requests for information from the board and individuals to the superintendent, when we look at policy, your policy is the board's way of saying, this is what we want. This is the intent of the board. And your administrator is the how. So when it comes to requests for information, that may be something that happens in an administrative regulation. It's probably not something that necessarily needs to happen within policy itself, but just delineating this is what the board wants and the administrator is in charge of how that happens.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that because that whole little conversation right there just seemed really confusing to me, like why we need to address that in a meeting and take action and have a policy about how to ask questions. It does seem just like an AR, like how does the superintendent want to receive those questions, or I don't know, it just didn't, it's not that it's not a big deal, I agree, because like I always have tons of questions. I don't know who to ask. Do I ask the board chair or the superintendent or straight to the department head? I'm not really sure on who to ask when I have a question or even a list of questions. So it would be good to define it, but I just kind of looked through it and I don't know where that policy of like how to ask questions seemed like board procedure or something. It just didn't seem like real policy.
And I think it goes a little bit above board or beyond board questions. So yes, you want clarity. Who do I ask my question to? Is it the chair, the superintendent, board head? And I'm assuming the superintendent may also want to know, like if you have a question for a department head, they want to know. But when we talk about other requests that may come from the board, if they say you're discussing the budget and somebody wants to have a detailed report done on projections of enrollment for the next 5 years by classroom, that's going to be a much more detailed and time-consuming report and request. So when there's a difference between this is a simple question that I have and this is a substantial report that's going to require time and resources to put together. And there will be different ways that the administration would like to see requests like those handled.
Yeah, and it's also just making sure, does the superintendent or chief school administrator know that a question is being asked? And is there just missing information that the board might not realize that we might not have, that we might need for making a decision or a vote coming up? And I think that you really hit it, is if you just have a quick question of, Mr. DeGraw, what does this mean? Like, what does this line item mean? It's a 5-minute question, 15-minute question versus, can you break down this budget section for me, line item by line item, or whatever the case might be. But we always want to make sure that we include Mrs. Moline in our questions so that she knows that there might need to be more of a focus when they do a presentation or something like that.
Correct. All right, so we're going to move on to budgets and finance.
Could I make a comment?
Oh, sorry.
I also saw Ms. Moline's hand up, getting my attention. Great, thank you. And I think you've addressed you've brought to the fore some of the things when we were talking about asking for information. I think I'm very cautious about getting too defined in it because it can depend on who the board member is, and what their background and understanding is. But at the same time that you made the distinction, Tiffany, about something that takes substantial time to do, and whether that, if I need to be caught up to date, then I can make that on a one-to-one time or such. But I think it also comes back to the administration to be able to say, oh, that's not a quick thing. That's going to take time. And then how broad is that? That it's that mutual working together that is highlighted in here too. That, you know, I may ask a question and not understand what's all involved in getting to the answer. And so looking to the administration to be able to say, hey, this is the trade-off. Is it more than Tim? Is it broader? And so I think you've hit a lot of the points, but I did want to make my point that I think it's raising awareness of the board members individually, but being cautious about getting too detailed on the how something happens in the, you know, the process. So thanks.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Duran. So now we're going to move on to budgets and finance, and Ms. Matheson.
Thank you. So for the budgets and finance, the things that stood out to me were that the board establishes the priorities and the superintendent serves as the district budget officer. And the board approves, adopts the budget, and the superintendent administers the budget.
Excellent. Pretty straightforward. I mean, there's a lot of details and minutia that can fall under that, but those are the major roles of the board and the superintendent when it comes to budget and finance. Your superintendent is going to be working with staff. Probably in your policies, it says superintendent or designee. And we're going to dive into this a little bit more as our conversation goes on this morning when we start talking about committees and charges for committees, because I know that you, this is one of those areas that is also touched on by committees here in the district. Curriculum and instruction, Mr. Duran.
Okay, and I'm just going to say it's Doran, but Tim is better. The things that I picked up on is the number one under each category, that is the board establishes the philosophy and goals for the instructional programs, and part of that is what we've included into our strategic plan. But the direction of what our big hopes are for students for after they graduate. And for me, it's around age 25. But the other one is that the superintendent or CSA brings what the needs are for students, really representing the front lines and that close contact with students, bringing that to the fore so the board can include that in its philosophy and its vision. Then I went to the area of number 5 under the board, reports to the community. And the corollary to that is the superintendent or CSA reports also to the community on the status of education. And what struck me with both of those is we represent in ways different components. We have connections. We represent everybody, but we have connections in certain aspects of our community. And that really struck me as how do we carry that message? The superintendent or CSA takes care of that in a broader sense. Board members individually, it's much more very often around the barbecue or things of that sort, who we meet in the store, who we hang out with, those connections that we have, but also really reporting the good things that our district and schools are doing. I think a lot of times we get caught up in, oh, we've got this issue, or, and even as a board member, this is on the agenda, we have to think about this, make this decision. What are all the good things that are happening? And I think that's part of our communication. So that really stood out to me strongly on our respective responsibilities there. And then lastly, I looked at the Number 4, under the board, regular reviews student achievement data. And what struck me there, it doesn't say test data. It's much broader. And I guess it goes along with the good things we're doing. How do we really review what students are doing? Where are they taking it? And it's not just when they graduate. It's what we see in those ensuing years. The corollary I went with that is I was number 7 under the superintendent CSA. Regularly schedules presentations and reports by staff on various segments of the instructional program. And we've done some of this in the last year, particularly. We've done it in previous years too, but it took some real effort to have departments say what they're doing for students, with staff, where they're going, what their hopes are with that, really providing that information. I thought that communication piece was very important. Again, a lot of focus on what we're positively striving to do. It's not ignoring what we can do, would want to do, should do, and maybe have not gotten there yet. But those things really resonated with me at this particular time. Another time I'd come up with some others, but those ones really resonated with me as 2 areas.
Great. Appreciate that. So a couple highlights that I want to hit there. So when we're talking about engagement and community relations, there's a whole section, and we're going to be hitting on that with Ms. Smith here towards the end about community engagement and relations. But when it comes to curriculum instruction, that's also really important in how you're communicating that to your community at large. What is your educational philosophy and goals? We had a long conversation yesterday about charter schools and the difference there between the philosophy and goals of the charter schools and the transparency and accountability, both from them to the board and the community, and communicating their achievements. Also appreciate the comment on the student achievement and whether that it's not necessarily test scores, but that's a conversation with the Association of Alaska School Boards that we've had a lot as we've discussed the updating to our long-range plan. What are some of those non-traditional markers of student achievement that are not necessarily test scores? Is it connection to culture? Is it that students are able to graduate from school and lead the lives that they want to lead, whether that's attending secondary education or trade school or getting a job or having a family and being able to manage their family? So there are a lot of things that can be measured within that. Ms. Matheson, did you have a question, comment?
I do. So everything that you're saying, of course, I'm super, super supportive of that. I struggle with how do we get more parent involvement? And have you at AASB discussed that at all? Or have you come up with, I don't even know how to say this. I want more parents involved. I want them to know what the curriculum really is. I want because most of them are surprised when stuff comes home instead of being at the forefront of it. Altogether, I want more parent involvement, and I don't know, I haven't come up with a solution on how to get more parents involved.
I wish I could say that I have a magic wand and I could help you guys really nail down on how to get more parent involvement. I will say that that is an issue that I think every district across the state struggles with, is how to get more parent involvement. And I think that there are a lot of different tactics that school boards use across the state, especially when it comes to curriculum and instruction. We had a conversation actually during the AASB professional development days earlier this week. We get together periodically throughout the year to ensure that as a staff, we're also furthering our education in these areas. And it was a lot of it around curriculum and how that wasn't the main topic of our discussion, but it really revolved around, we were able to go, okay, there was a question about curriculum and concerns that are around curriculum that had there been more communication from the school board and from the administration when we were looking at proposing, when a district was proposing instructional materials, that the issues and concerns would have been raised earlier in the process before the district had expended a bunch of funds to purchase the materials that ended up raising a lot of concerns. I would say that some things that I found really helpful when working with other districts, even as a school board member, I think it's Northwest Arctic, that when they're proposing new instructional materials, they set them out, they invite the community in saying, we are going to be proposing new instructional materials. Here they are. We'd like to hear your input on these, whether it's McGraw-Hill or another, I just totally spaced on what another publisher is. So people could come in and review this before the district makes a final decision. That doesn't get people in the door. It's how do we get those people in the door that I think everybody struggles with.
And I do have a couple people in the queue for comments on this. And that is something that the district is currently looking at, is the internal process on how we get things approved and what meets approval, and really tightening on what gets sent to the board for review. So that is something that the administration, that the curriculum, that the teaching and learning department is working on. But I do have Miss Marati and then Mrs. Smith who have comments. Oh, and Mr. Doran.
So through the chair to answer Ms. Matheson's question, here in Fairbanks, I'm the Parent Engagement Committee Chair. And when moved to that committee in the fall, the first thing I did was change the committee meetings to monthly, so that instead of 4 times a year, so that we can more efficiently address the barriers and challenges that the Parent Engagement Committee has identified for our families here in Fairbanks, to get them more engaged and to discuss ideas on how to get the district to partner with families better. And then at AASB, I know that we are actually through grants right now developing family engagement and community engagement products and services to provide to the school districts. And they also have Stronger Together framework that the Parent Engagement Committee is also studying. We're doing a book study on that. And that is a nationwide framework, Alaskanized, for Alaska families and Alaska school districts to partner together and become more engaged together. It's called Stronger Together. And I can give you a copy of it.
I was just going to ask, is there a way that we can get copies? Because that sounds amazing.
I can find out.
Thank you. Ms. Smith?
Real quick before my question, that is the book that they gave us on the drive, right? They have them on those little.
Through the chair, can we ask Tiffany, do you remember at the annual conference, was that the book on the drive?
I didn't remember we had a drive. I apologize. My memory is a little spotty right now.
Anyway, they just gave them out on these little thumb drives. And so it was cool and an easy way to just have it all the time. So I just wanted to throw one thing out there about curriculum. What Ms. Jackson said about putting the curriculum out and letting people look at it, right? And I've always thought that our district size is limits parent engagement. You know, there's just so many people, so much. But when we put the curriculum out, like we had the math curriculum out here at the district for months and months here, just like come look at, and hardly anyone came. But even at that time, I wish I would have said, if we put that math curriculum for a week at each one of the high schools where parents actually are, instead of come to the district, go up the up, search around the maze up there, try, you know, that we made it hard for people to come and see that curriculum because it was in a restrictive environment. But if we put the curriculum where the people are and let that part of the community, hey, everyone at West Valley, here's the high school math curriculum that we're reviewing. This whole entire week, just come to the front office and see it, instead of, you know, go downtown and make a special trip and find a parking spot. You know, this building is limited.
And if I could follow up on that, am I okay to do that? Okay.
Yes, sorry, yes.
I think that is a really excellent point to be made about the processes that have been used in the past. And we've talked a lot recently about things that have done in the past, but we're going into the future. So looking forward, and I actually, Miss Smith's comment is something that I've been thinking for a while, even when I was in the district before, that asking people to come to this building for anything is a bit daunting. You got to find a parking spot, you got to find what floor, then you have to navigate the floor. So, that goes to the best issue, but to curriculum, where do I go? So, I agree with Ms. Smith that there's small things that can be adjusted to the way that we're doing things that would buy us a lot, even though it's not a massive overhaul of how we approach it, but adjusting how we present it, what the container that we're presenting it is. And the idea of a road show, so to speak, publishing when it's going to be in your town or in your community, is an example of one of those seemingly small adjustments that could buy a lot of involvement.
Mr. Doran, and then Ms. Matheson.
Thank you. I wanted to go back to the comment about, or the topic of parent engagement or involvement. And I know we're going to do a little more on that with community engagement, but I'm always really hesitant in terms of when we talk about parent involvement, and especially having seen government reports, particularly with Title I, what they define parent involvement is. And I think it's very, very narrow. And I can say in absolute honesty and truth that I have never met a parent who was not interested in their kid and what was going on for their kid. I have met parents who have been time challenged with that, literally doing 3 jobs and going to school to improve their family situation down the line. And we tend to define involvement as who comes through the door. And I know a lot of our grant reports only will count those who come through the door. And sometimes only for certain things. And I think when we think about parent engagement, involvement, if they come to an intramural game, if they come to a sports activity, a drama production, the conversations that happen between staff and those parents or among those parents, if they send their child to school, give them, make sure they got some sleep, or, trying, a lot of our parents are trying to, literally surviving, but they're doing everything they can in their bailiwick to get there. And I think broadening our sense of involvement becomes really, really important. And I think that as a district, even when we present it to, in grant reports, and they have certain definitions, that we include those other pieces of parent involvement or engagement. And when a kid would run up to me to introduce me to their parent at Fred's in the aisle, or their grandparent, or an aunt, or some significant person in their life, adult, that's part of that involvement. And that person takes time to talk to the principal, to talk to the teacher. And we've got these stories throughout our community. So I'm just saying, I will always advocate broad understanding of what parent involvement is.
We got Ms. Matheson and then Ms. Sanders. Ms. Sanderson had her hand up as well.
I just wanted to comment on the idea that Ms. Smith has. It is daunting to come into this building, but it's also difficult to assess the curriculum. To to assess the curriculum, I had to ask a billion questions on, well, why are we choosing this and how are we going to present it? Because I don't know, I don't teach math, so ways we need to also show the parents that are coming in assessing the curriculum how to assess it and what questions we ask about the curriculum, and having answers for parents about the curriculum that they may have.
I think that's a great point, so that I know I've had similar questions in reviewing curriculum. Why is this being considered? Having a little primer like that available for people that are reviewing this. When we looked at these couple of curriculums, we considered Alaska State Standards, the Fairbanks School District Educational Priorities and Philosophies. We thought these aligned well here or aligned well here, or whatever reasons that those particular curriculums are being laid out. I'm not telling you how to do your job, but I agree, as a parent, it can be daunting coming in and going, well, there are a lot of different books here, and I'm not sure how I'm supposed to be helping you select these. But really appreciate all the really creative ideas that are being tossed out here, and how to get more input on your curriculum and instruction, because I think sometimes we get caught in Tawati. I'm sure you've all heard that. That's the way we've always done it. Well, that doesn't mean that it's the best way to things how it should be been done. And as things evolve, we try to get better at what we do and our responsibilities and our jobs. So,
Thank you. Ms. Sanderson?
Oh, I don't know if I should comment. I was just saying, with 35 years in the district, you've seen so many things. The bullet point one would be parents are busy. Point two, culturally situations and how different cultures respond, and things can be intimidated coming down into your territory. So I've always been an advocate of taking the materials to where the people are. We have A&E, we have potlatches. Every time we have enough things in our district that go on that if we simply link with them, we have an opportunity that we don't have to invent. Example, Billy Smith, 21st Century Grant, Hunter Elementary School. Every year for probably 9 years, he's done a huge family dinner, fall dinner, where he serves the children's families in of that community. Simple task to put something out there and have someone to be able to share the information with the pamphlet or some sort of digital thing that they can look at when they go back home. So our Alaska Native department and students, our A&E tutors, totally, we have things already in our district. We simply need to link with them. Every opportunity where they're showcasing something, we can partner with them, provide a giveaway or something, and just have someone staff it and do that. And in 35 years, and I think another thing, one bullet point, millennials and the new parents that we have, and the new grandparents. So Mr. Doran said it, they're busy trying to make life for their kids, connect. Pandemic didn't help us. So I say partner with what we already have, explore ways to do some things differently, and then continue to expand that. Thank you.
great. So why don't we just stick with you, Ms. Sanderson, and touch on personnel.
Let me unmute here. Personnel. So for the board, it says that the board employs certified staff members based on the recommendations of the superintendent. Number 6 is promotes good working relationships with staff and maintain lines of communications with the staff as appropriate. And number 10 says conducts an annual evaluation of the superintendent, the board's only employee. For the superintendent, the recommendation of the board recommends to the board the employment, promotion, transfer, retirement, and dismissal of all certified and classified staff. Establish number 4, procedures for their recruitment, hiring and assignment of staffs and establish expectations for staff. And then provides board, number 12, with information regarding employees' work assignments.
Thank you. And I think you've probably heard us say it many times that your only employee is the superintendent or chief school administrator, and that they manage personnel for the district. But the way you can help with that is policies and expectations on that. Fedor?
Thanks. I just found myself reflecting there on, as Joria mentioned, the promotes good working relations with staff and maintains lines of communications. That sometimes a challenge for me as a board member is how I word things. So when I ask questions, not to put staff on, not to do gotchas with staff or give an impression that I don't trust them, but that actually, they have the information that I think they need, and yes, I want that information. But also, sometimes in conversation, I might say something that could be portrayed as, especially we're in public, that may imply, unintentionally or not, that we don't quite trust. I don't quite trust the staff. I don't, and I think it's really important that as we look for accountability, that we also, and I'm mainly thinking of myself, how I try to phrase things, that we really promote staff, because we have a tremendously professional staff, and that's across the all the responsibilities and job categories, whatever. They're all educators. They're really, really working hard, and it's truly impressive to see them in action. That doesn't always come through when I'm maybe focusing on something that we need to do, but need to come back to that. And I think that's part of really promoting that good working relationship between the board, the superintendent, CSA, and much more importantly, what this addresses, it's our whole staff, and that they feel valued throughout our discussions. And sometimes, I'll say it can be a challenging I'll just talk for myself. It can be a challenging task for me to think, how do I phrase things? How do I look for that accountability or that information that I need, but at the same time doing it in a very supportive way. So it's a little bit of a challenge, but I think that's one of the things when I look at this, and thank you for our going through this. And thank you, Jennifer, for having this part of our retreat, because it is, it's a self-reflection, or it's a retreat, it's a self-reflection right now, and that's what I'm kind of reflecting upon. So thank you.
And I think it goes back to our board norms that we did last year, when our number one board norm is assume positive intent of each board member and always use respectful language. And I think that can be extended to the employees of the school district, that when we are having communication, we need to use respectful language and respectful tone, and not do that got you moment, but having that, if they don't have an answer, it's okay. They can come back with an answer later at another time, because maybe they weren't prepared to, or maybe there wasn't oh my gosh, I didn't think of that scenario, or I don't have the numbers and I don't want to give you something wrong right now. But always assuming positive intent. And I think that is such a vital part of our communication with each other, as well as with the staff of the district and our community, that we need to assume positive intent, and that we need to always use respectful language and respectful tone while we are addressing at the diocese, while receiving information, and just remember that communication because I can tell you, I have had a moment where I was not very kind. And after the meeting, I wrote an email to that employee and I set up a meeting and we had a wonderful discussion. And I apologized profusely. And I said, I am so sorry. That was not my intent, but it came across that way. And I hope that we can continue to build a good relationship. And it was a wonderful experience. Had to swallow my pride and really do that self-reflection of this is how I'm feeling and this is how it came across. And it was, I need to rebuild that bridge that was destroyed or marred a bit. But I think that we need to really just remember that we are representatives of the community and that we are representatives of the school district. And so I appreciate that. Mr. Doran.
Just in terms of something you referenced there, and the thanks to Tiffany, where we talked about building upon things. Last year, you and Timmy helped us at a board retreat. The norms came out that Jennifer's referenced, and just if you haven't seen it, because it's on this side of the desk, by board member request, those norms are posted at each of our desks or spots. So it's a thank you for building, and we're continuing to build on that. Thank you through Jennifer for that.
Right. And so you'll see in personnel, and we covered it in relationship and expectations, that trust and respect in our professionals. And you've really touched on it here. I appreciate that, knowing that our relationships are only as good as our last communication. So you might have spent a long time building these relationships, and then you have that one moment of poor communication and taking that time to self-reflect. I know I've done that. Some of my just communication style via email, I've been told this for years, like, you're very terse or you sound angry. I'm like, no, I just am very concise in what I say on email. I'm sorry. And personal note, my daughter transferred to the Anchorage School District, and on her third day of school, she decided to run for student council. She wasn't successful, but she ran a great campaign. And I asked her what her slogan was for student council, and she's like, find the kind. I said, well, who helped you come up with that? She's like, I came up with it. That's how I want to lead, find the kind. And I love it. That has been my slogan now. It's like, that's great. I'm stealing it. I'm sharing it. As we lead in our districts, we should find the kind. Love, and part of your board norms, assume good intentions. I want to be respectful of our time, so we still have a few things we want to get through, and then I want to give us a little break before we dive into committees. So collective bargaining, Ms. Moline?
Thank you. So as I was reading this, I kind of focused on the verbs to recognize the unions, to designate the different unions, the verbs of guidelines and criteria, setting those, determines those, establishes guidelines and criteria, selects the negotiator. So the roles of the board are those of high recognition, determining guidelines, selecting the negotiator, and then the final verb is approves. So there's a sequence of things that happen for the board and for the superintendent, is to verify, supports, advisor to the team, to the negotiating team that's been identified by the board. One thing that I circled that is normally not the negotiator, and that's the case in this district, is that the board identifies a lead negotiator that's generally not the superintendent. And the other thing that is a theme throughout the superintendent's roles is to administer and ensure compliance with the contract. And that kind of a theme is a thread throughout the responsibilities. And then the other theme that has woven through the responsibilities and shows up here again with collective bargaining is to provide recommendations to the board for negotiation team members for the district. So ensure compliance and advise and make recommendations. the role of the superintendent.
Thank you. A lot of these words are things that we've already seen in the board role, in the superintendent role, advise, ensures compliance in all these different areas for the superintendent and establishing those expectation and guidelines for the board. Students, Ms. Matheson?
Thank you. So for the roles and responsibilities for students, the board's responsibilities are to adopt policies for provision of students. So examples are admission, attendance, special needs. The superintendent is to implement those policies. The board reviews the student handbooks annually, and the superintendent's is to implement the handbooks. And the board upholds and sets aside disciplinary action per policy. The superintendent would develop and implement those procedures.
Thank you. This comes up every time I do this training with boards. Are you taking the time as a board every year to review your student handbooks? I just put it out there that that is something that we recommend as a role of the board, but do not feel like that's just you. That is boards across the state go, oh, that's us. That we didn't even realize that was something that was on us, that we could review it.
Mrs. Tuttle, can you just write that as another side note for us to discuss? Thank you. Sorry, I just want to make sure that we have like some of these little highlights for the next time I meet for agenda meeting and figuring out dates and what we can do.
And it seems like a short page because there's not as much on here as what we've seen on other pages. But we know that the whole reason that we're here as a school board and our administrators and our staff is to serve our students. So these are our end consumers of our education, and this is why we're here. So it's small, but these tasks are big. Setting the policies, adopting those policies, implementing them, supervising student activities. I mean, these are really big tasks, even though it looks small on the page.
Mr. Doran?
Just a clarity, perhaps, too. In terms of reviewing student handbooks, I think it is a good idea just to have a sense of what's there, just for our own background information. And I guess my emphasis is on background, but important background. That it's review, not approve, because most of what's in those are administrative duties.
Correct.
But I think it is a great idea for us to, when they go out to, and in a sense we get a notice when they're out and I think they're on our website, but just to have one in hand, be able to go through it and see, which helps when students come to testify. And I love that we've seen an increase in students in some recent years. And so the issues that they bring up, that is helpful because they're living the handbook in a sense. And I really think the last time we got into that was a couple of years ago, pre-pandemic, when we did a lot on the discipline pieces, and that was partially to get that into the handbook in time, so appropriately.
Thank you for pointing that out. It is review. I mean, it's not necessarily something you're going to have on your agenda for formal approval or anything, but it is appropriate to discuss it during a workshop. Are our handbooks consistent? Do they seem to be following board policy? We've made changes recently. Are those reflected in our handbooks? Totally appropriate for like a workshop discussion, so to provide you guys with a little opportunity to dive a little deeper.
Yeah. Sorry, to follow up on it, I do think, again, one of those cautions for us, and I can be one of the greatest offenders of it, is it's not written the way I would like to write it, but those are details that belong to the administration. Just how much we get into it, that I think that's one of those cautionary lines between board and administration that I would just say we have to stay aware of.
Yeah, correct. Same with your administrative regulations. It might not be written the way the board would write it, but does it honor the intent? Is it get to what the board wanted set in the policy or policies, because your handbook probably covers a number? Is it honoring that intent? On to facilities, Ms. Marati.
So in a nutshell, the board establishes and adopts policies regarding facilities. I think we all knew that. Works with and collaborates with the city, the borough, and deed. I don't think we do that as a board when it comes to facilities specifically, or it's a way that we could strengthen that collaboration. The board approves architects and consultants. That was an interesting one. And then decides on consolidation and closing of schools. That was important because that's what we're doing right now. The superintendent's role supervises the staff and the public use of facilities and prioritizes preventative maintenance. Although that's delegated, I believe, to the director of facilities. And then, and maintenance, makes informed recommendations and advises the board. And I appreciate the emphasis on informed recommendations. That really does help the board make the decisions that we have to make. Works with the architects and consultants that are approved by the board and submits the applications to deed.
So just touching on the approves of hiring of architects and other consultants as necessary. I haven't looked, but I'm betting that your board policy says that the school board must approve all contracts. So that would be why that comes to the board for approval, because as a board, you approve all contracts. Ms. Luke, meetings.
Yes, thank you. The couple things that really stood out to me for the board is all duties imposed upon the board must be performed at an officially called meeting to ensure that we are within compliance of Open Meetings Act, has clear protocol for inclusion of items onto the agenda, which we will work on, clarifying that one thing between the meetings. And 6, identifies for the superintendent the amount of information expected for good decision-making. The superintendent, I kind of focused on 3 main things: provides, implements, and notifies. Provides board members in advance of the meeting with sufficient information and data to assist them in making informed decisions, implements board decisions and instructions developed at meetings, and then notifies staff and students of board's actions relevant to them. And I thought that was just such a great way to put that. Mr. Doran.
Okay, and maybe Ms. Moline can help with this. Just go back to facilities for a minute. I think we do have a good working relationship with the borough, and I'm looking over years and agendas. We have appropriately, the board has appropriately approved contracts or selection of designer or things of that sort. But there are a lot of capital improvement things that really the borough is doing. They're the primary contractor. But I think it's really been good, the conversations and collaboration between our facilities department and the borough over the years about what is going forward, what's happening at schools, what's the schedule, how that's done. And really, I've sat on several committees between the borough and the district in what goes into it, because who's going to maintain it is important. And I really do think that we've had a very good piece of that, but there's some difference in which contracts fully come to the board and which ones are done by the borough.
Yeah, that's an interesting that you brought that out. On Tuesday, the mayor is coming to the meeting to talk about the borough's capital improvement projects, and I think that's just a reflection of that good working relationship. I know the staff in the districts has open, regular communication with the borough with us. I can't speak historically, but currently I feel like we have a really positive working relationship with the borough in general and facilities in specific.
Thank you. Ms. Marotti?
Through the chair, I just want to, when I highlighted the collaboration with the city, borough, and deed, that's under the board role. I realize that the district and the borough have a great relationship, but we only speak to the borough. We don't work with the city as a board. We don't work with Deed specifically, collaborate with Deed specifically as a board. And with the borough, we only see them a couple times a year. For facilities through the CIP, other ways that we do work with the borough include the borough report at our meetings. But for facilities purposes, it appears that that's been delegated to the district, to the administration, not the board itself. So that's where that highlight and that comment came from.
And I would just respond that this booklet, it's very global. We use it with the school boards across the state. So there are a lot of different scenarios and relationships and school boards that work with boroughs, school boards that work with tribes, school boards that work with municipalities. So how that looks in each district is going to be unique. And how whatever arrangements you have with either your municipality or a borough or a tribal facility. And I just, getting back to meetings, this also ties in with relationships. So just knowing that as school board members, I'm sure you've probably been approached by somebody in the grocery store that says, I have an issue or a concern or a thought, and they're looking for you to fix it. And just knowing that part of your role as a school board member is educating the community to know that as individuals, we cannot fix issues and problems for people outside. We can encourage them to bring them to the board or to follow the appropriate chain of command or process, however that's established, because the only business that you can conduct is in a duly convened meeting of the school board when you're together with the rest of your board, because nobody has any more authority.
We have Miss Sanderson had her hand up, and then Miss Marati.
Point taken. At the doctors yesterday trying to get meds and standing in between two families. One family is one of the schools we're considering closed, and she was very verbal. She was very loud and saying, her discontent, and she wanted to know how things were going to be doing. I'll say I was glad I had a mask on. And then I just listened. And then she walked away and some other comments were made. And I said, well, they're a task force and we still take comments and we still listen to what the community is saying. And I said, it's a huge task. And the other person was, saying, wow, you guys have such a responsibility. I wouldn't want to be in your shoes, but that's an example.
Miss Marati.
Just to go back to the meetings, and I believe it is number 5. So last year at this time, we spoke as a board about the need for, we explored different processes of how to get agenda items on to the agenda. Right now, we follow the process that states here that the board president in consultation with the superintendent develops the agenda for the board meeting. That's basically what our policy in Chapter 2 states as well. But that doesn't allow for board collaboration. And I'm wondering what other districts do. Do they solely leave the authority up to the board chair and the superintendent, or is there any type of collaboration practiced by other boards to facilitate the agenda items?
Through the chair. So there are a lot of different ways that boards handle the development of the agenda. I think we talked about this last year as well, the board calendar. And that has input from both recommendations from the administrator and from the board that does Fairbanks have a board calendar for items? Okay, so that every April you're going to be doing policy updates, and every whatever, there are things that just approving the calendar for the following school year. If you have policy updates, when those are happening throughout the year and making sure that those get on the calendar. Some boards have agenda items for the next meeting on their agenda as one of the very last items. So you get to the end of the meeting, and one of the last items is agenda items for the next meeting, where board members can also propose, hey, at the next meeting, is it possible to add this item on the agenda? And then following this process as well, working with the board president and the superintendent to get items on there. But the collaboration part, when you have that calendar, can we add things to the board calendar so that we know we do this every year? Can we add this to the agenda for the next meeting? Those happening when you're together as a board, so people are more aware, like together provides a little opportunity for collaboration during the meeting. That help?
Yeah, and our calendar, how ours is done is it's an annual calendar. Everybody got a copy of that with the recommendations or the requests of the major items, excuse me, that they would like to see. Goodness. On this next year, and committees, charters, and there were a couple other items just kind of in the bottom left corner, because there are definitely, it's all broken up by month. Like, these are the things that we're doing this month, policy, and these are like the things that need to be approved, month specific. And there's a little corner with the items that we are trying to fit in through the year of the major things that were requested to be put onto the agenda. And I believe a lot of that came from discussion this last year, and then the realization over this last year of things that need to really be tightened up, and ensure that we have the correct policies in place to run efficiently and correctly. Goodness.
Great. So our final section is community engagement and relations, and Ms. Smith.
Thank you. There are a lot of items on here, but the main one that stood out to me was just what we talked about just a minute ago, that we channel complaints or grievances through the appropriate channels. And the superintendent serves as the liaison with the community to resolve those complaints and grievances, makes recommendations to the board for resolution of issues that can't be solved at the administrative level. And then the board encourages the community to follow the appropriate channels for expressing ideas or concerns via the superintendent. And then the superintendent builds bridges between the district and organization and community leaders and government representatives. So those were just the things that stuck out. There's a lot of stuff there, but.
Thank you. Yeah, it is a huge piece, and we've had a lot of talk about community engagement and parent engagement and relationships throughout the morning already. So it is a huge piece, and I think sometimes you get frustration from your constituents because they feel like, well, I elected you to do this, and not knowing, I mean, even as a school board member, when I was first elected, I didn't even know what the role of a school board member was when I first joined the board and what my authority was. So how we interact with our community and build good relationships, even when perhaps we tell them things that they don't want to hear. Like Ms. Anderson shared, I can't solve your problem, but here are channels to express your concerns, making sure that we keep building those relationships.
Ms. Marati?
So bringing this back to the topic of today, under the superintendent, number 4, it says serves as the board's liaison with advisory and parent committees. Can you expand on that a little bit?
So we're going to dive into committees pretty deep here in our next section, and the superintendent plays a really key role for the committees, as we will see as we start fleshing that out. But they are also your conduit between the board. And so when you, as a board, implement something or give a charge to an advisory committee or a parent committee, your superintendent, you're saying what we want, and your superintendent is the how are we going to do that? And whether that's as a liaison or implementation or delegation, they're your how. And they play a really key role, especially in Fairbanks, in your committees. And I think we're going to see that here in a few minutes. All right, so President Luke, we've been at it for about an hour and a half this morning almost. Do you want to take a break here let people stretch their legs for a few minutes?
Yeah, if we could take maybe 5-10 minutes, stretch our legs, use the restroom, and come back and dive into committees.
Great.
Ms. Tuttle, are you ready to come back? Perfect. All right, thank you so much for the break, and Ms. Jackson.
Thank you. So the next thing that we're going to get into is our discussion on committees. And we're eventually going to get to looking at Fairbanks's policies on committees and your administrative regulations. But first, I want to just do an overview of committees in general. So we're going to pop to the presentation on, you also have a printed copy of the presentation, but I'm going to use my PowerPoint right now. So we know that your committees are used to advise the board, and they can expedite work at a board meeting because you're probably doing the work that if you didn't have a committee and having all the conversations and debates at the board meeting, your board meetings would get infinitely long. So they help to expedite the work at their meeting. They're really great for gathering information and summarizing information and bringing those recommendations to the board. So but knowing that they have no authority, you can't delegate the governance function of the board to your committees. They are advisory only, and we're going to look at some of the different types here. The standing committees, I looked at your board policies. You have 7 standing committees of the board. Typically, standing committees are comprised of board members. Yours also have additional members. They are subject to the Open Meetings Act, and standing committees of the board should address your policy and governance issues rather than administrative issues. Other standing committees may be comprised of your staff, citizens, maybe board members. I think you have board members on all your committees, and when I was looking through them. Ad hoc committees, you can see there's a number of different people that can be on your ad hoc committees. And if it's created by the board, just knowing that any committee created by the board is subject to the Open Meetings Act. So everything that you have to do as a school board to be in compliance with the Open Meetings Act, your committees also need to do. And with your ad hoc committees, being really clear of what the work and charge of that committee is, so that when that's done, they are disbanded. And then committees of the whole, that might be, when I first started thinking about committees, I'm like, why would you want a committee of the whole? Because you're here as a school board, why not just do it if you're going to be here as a meeting? But it really, if you have a committee of the whole, it's kind of like a work session. It allows you to dive deep into an issue and have more conversations about it. And it takes away the pressure of having to make a decision in the moment. You're a committee of the whole discussing to make recommendations. So I have a number of pros and cons of having committees. So when we look at pros, it allows for more work to be done, to have greater conversations than you're probably allowed to have during a school board meeting and still end at a reasonable time. And but they all, on the flip side, there can be a tendency for board members to get a little too involved in the administrative details of things that they might consider work of the committee. And that's why it's really important to be clear on what the charge and purpose of each committee is. So pro, if an administrator is part of each committee, that promotes the trust and understanding of between the board and the staff. But you don't want, you can see subcommittees, that the word that I took a lot of this pros and cons from a presentation that I had or borrowed from Timmy. I wouldn't use the word fiefdom of power, but you don't want to be rubber stamping, okay, if you approve my committees, I will approve your committees. But pros, comprehensive board policy can limit when and where subcommittees can meet. And that's really important. I never thought that I would get as many questions as I have on where can our committee meet as I have in the last year. Hey, my committee wants to meet at a coffee shop. No, you have to abide by Open Meetings Act. You can't meet in a private business. Okay, well, we're going to meet at my house. No, you can't have a public meeting in a private residence. So making sure that your policy is clear where your committees can meet, or saying that it will abide by Open Meetings Act, which says that you can't have it in a private business or residence. finding the time. You are all very busy people. Committees, sometimes I hear this from board members are like, I already have to attend, a meeting a month or 2 meetings a month and then workshops, and now I have to do committees, and how am I going to fit this all in? It does take more time when you are meeting with committees. And I'm not going to read through every single one of these. There are a few more pages of pros and cons. They are in the packet that Ms. Tuttle was able to print for you this morning. So you can read through some of those as you have time, just as we start thinking about committees and the pros and cons. And I'm pretty sure it's on here, but something I also want to caution is you don't want to have a committee that has spent a really substantial amount of time working on something and, say they've worked on something for a few months, and then they bring a recommendation to the board, and the board goes, yeah, no, we're going to do something else. I mean, it creates distrust when you've had a committee spend so much time on something and then come to the board. And not that the board is going to rubber stamp any recommendation from the committee. That is not the intention. But that's another part of making sure that the charge is clear for that committee. This is what we want. These are the parameters in which the committee is going to be working, so that the board isn't caught off guard when the committee brings recommendations to it, and the committee isn't caught off guard when the board says, no, this is really not what we wanted at all. Being really clear in that purpose and charge of the committee. And you'll see at the bottom of the 9th slide, because committees can only report and make recommendations on things that are within their charge. They can't be taking up other things. So the majority of boards have their committees appointed by the chair. I did a lot of research in preparation for coming here just to see what's being done in Fairbanks, what's being done across Alaska, and there's a lot of different variants on what school districts have in their policy and how many standing committees people had. And when I saw Fairbanks, I was like, wow, you have a lot of standing committees, but you do not have the most. There are districts out there that have more standing committees than you. So I'll be able to share some information on kind of what Fairbanks has in its practice and policies compared to other districts in the state. And then committees are also an opportunity to let board members really dive into their passions or explore something maybe they're not as familiar with. So I've said in numerous settings that I'm a policy geek. I like policy. I like digging in and making sure that things are clear. So I would always volunteer to be on a policy committee, and that's great. But then, when we have new members that come in that maybe aren't as familiar with policies, a committee is a great way for them to dig in and learn about policy and become more familiar with the process, so they're not just floundering at the board meeting trying to figure it all out. We're going to move on. When establishing board committees, some things to consider if you're considering establishing new committees, or when we get into your policies, are these committees appropriate as standing committees of the board? Considering whether the issue that the committee is going to be addressing is a governance issue or an operational issue. We know that the school board is the governing body of the district, so the issues that you should be bringing up and considering should be governance issues. Being clear whether the committee that you're considering is a standing committee or an ad hoc committee. Is this something that's going to be ongoing, like policy or curriculum and instruction? Or is it perhaps a temporary committee? We have districts that have search committees. So when they're looking to hire a new administrator, they don't use the whole board, they use, a search committee. Giving really clear, defined purpose and time frame for committees. If you have standing committees, what is their charge? What are they responsible for doing? What work are you expecting from those committees? And when are you expecting to see that? Policy committee is a great example. That's probably a standing committee for most boards. And are you expecting a report from that policy committee every meeting? Are you expecting a report quarterly? What is the schedule for reviewing existing policies? Is that different from looking at new policies? So being really clear about the direction and the purpose and timeframe for committees. And if with your ad hoc committees, so that are temporary, taking the example of a search committee, knowing that that committee dissolves once the charge of that committee has been completed. So we will have the search committee. We intend for the work to be completed by the end of April, at which point the committee will dissolve and no longer exist. And when it comes to board committees, making sure that it's focusing on the governance work, such as board development, policy, advocacy. Clearly defining membership makeup of committees. How are members selected? This is done in a few different ways throughout the state, but being really clear either in your policy or your administrative regulations, how members of each committee are selected. This is a note, be wary of personnel committees that take on micromanaging role. So you, as the governance function of personnel, we just reviewed earlier this morning talking about personnel policies and guidelines and making or working with the superintendent on recommendations. Like, what is the very clear purpose of a personnel committee? And I don't think Fairbanks actually has one, so that's not an issue here. That's more for if it was something to be considered in the future. Same thing for finance committees. What is the expectation in charge of a finance committee? You don't want that getting into the weeds and micromanaging the finances of the district. So being clear on what the charge is and what the authority of the school board members and other members of the committee are. Already touched on this. Our committees are subject to the Open Meetings Act. So there must be reasonable public notice provided for committee meetings. Date, time, location of committee meetings must be communicated to the public. The business which is being transacted at those committee meetings, are they considering new policies or amendments to policies? Are they reviewing a specific section of the policy manual as part of the annual review? What is the business that's being transacted at that committee meeting? And how can the public participate in the process? So we know that our board meetings, as subject to OMA, are meetings that are held in public, not public meetings. We reviewed that last year. Does anybody need a reminder what that is? Nope, everybody's got that. So it's the same with our committees. Our committee meetings are meetings that are held in public. They are not public meetings. The selection of members, we're going to be getting into this with it as we start to review your own policies and administrative regulations, being very clear on how members of the committee are selected. It can be controversial, especially if it's not really clear in the policies. And so questions when creating committees, are members appointed by the board president? Are they appointed by the superintendent? Do principals have to submit representatives? How are they selected? Can individuals volunteer? Are you getting all the perspectives of your community, whether it's the school community, your community at large? Are all perspectives being represented that you need in that committee? Things that you might want to consider when looking at board member or committee membership. Term limits. Do you have term limits for your committees? Do you end up with a person like Tiffany that just wants to be in the policy committee forever? Or do you limit it and say, yeah, you can participate for this long, but then we want to get a fresh perspective or give somebody else the opportunity to participate in that? Do you seek board preference? You know, I've been on boards that say, okay, the board president says, in a couple months, we're going to be appointing committees. What committees are you interested in? Please respond and let me know what your top three preferences are. I will do my best in appointing to ensure that you, where possible, can be in a preference that you have. Like, is that something that you do or consider? Rotations of duties, we already talked about this. So it's not just that somebody is on a committee for so long that maybe their viewpoint gets stagnant, but exposing other board members, that rotation of duties, so that maybe somebody that's not as familiar with that, the charge of that committee, has an opportunity to become more familiar and immerse themselves in that work. There's a number of different options when it comes to delegating who are the members of committees. Some school boards have that all members of standing committees are appointed by the board president. Some members of committees are identified by their board policy. So your board policy delineates the vice president is going to be on this committee, the superintendent will be a part of these committees, the HR director will be a part of these committees. Yeah, so it's delineated in policy who is on what committee. Some school boards do it as a whole when they come together during their organization. Once they've elected officers, they say, okay, we're going to go and appoint committees, and who wants to do that, and they're appointed as a whole during that organizational meeting. Do you do it by application? And if you do it by application, how does that work? Is there a standard form? Is there a form that's unique to each committee? What criteria are used in that application if you have more people interested than spaces available? So like I said, I've gone through, I think, over 40 districts' policy committees in the last week. Looked at some examples of committee charges, what we have as far as standing committees. I found this with one of our districts. I thought it was a pretty good example of committee charges. So we have a school board policy committee. That's the name of the committee. Their main task is they're going to review and recommend updates to the school board policy. That is their charge. The membership is 2 school board members appointed by the president, the superintendent, and the HR director. Those are the 4 people that are participating in that school board policy committee. The chair, lined out in policy, is led by the superintendent. Meetings are as needed, but it's ongoing on a monthly basis. So it's expected that that committee is going to report out monthly. And it may be that they only need 1 meeting in a month. It may be that something comes up and they need multiple meetings in a month. So that's why you have meetings as needed. And then you have the overview that talks about in detail a little bit more what that committee does. The school board policy committee collaborates on a continual basis to review and recommend updates to school board policy to ensure it reflects current operations, legal mandates, and updated guidance from the Association of Alaska School Boards. So it's very clear in this committee charge what the committee name is, what their charge is, what they're expected to do, who the members are, and how those members get appointed to this committee. We're going to get into a little bit of comparison now. Number of standing committees that Fairbanks has is 7. Statewide, on average, we see 3 or 4, but like I said, there is another district that has 11, so you kind of fall in the middle as far as standing committees for across the state. And Fairbanks committee chairs are appointed by the president. Statewide, it's very similar. Committee chairs are appointed by the president or delineated in policy, like the vice chair is the committee chair for policy, or vice president is committee chair for policy. So how members are selected. Statewide, we see that primarily they're appointed by the board president or the board as a whole, and in some cases selected by the superintendent. In Fairbanks, you have the board president is selecting the chair of those committees. This is in my interpretation as I read through the policies. So my disclaimer, I am not an attorney. None of this is legal advice. If you have any questions that are illegal, check with your legal counsel, work with your superintendent. But as I read your policies, as somebody that reads through a lot of policy, it looks like the board president appoints your chair for the committees, and then the superintendent solicits volunteer membership. And how that selection happens from that solicitation is not always necessarily clear in your administrative regulations, and we're going to be diving into that. I want to take a moment. Is this accurate as far as the board's knowledge, that this is the way things operate right now?
Ms. Marati?
I would disagree. AR 236.1 states verbatim that the, let's see, apologize for the delay. That the parents and community members will go through an application process with the final selection made by board chair. And by board chair, I believe it's referencing the board committee chair. I could be wrong. So
Could you restate that, policy number again, please, Ms. Moran?
is that okay, Marissa? So it's policy is the AR 236.1. School board committees to advise administration and the school board.
Thank you.
President Luke? I know we have
Just-
other questions, but just, we're going to be getting into more of this as we look into your policies. We are going to take a deep dive into these two policies and ARs. And as an outsider looking at them, I had a lot of questions.
And this is why we're here, so that we
Yeah.
can make sure that we do this deep dive into our ARs, our policies, and make sure that we can
Be consistent.
be consistent moving forward.
Yep, identify some of the work that
That
you
needs
all
to be
have in
done.
front of you.
Absolutely.
Were there any further comments, questions at this point?
I was just going to make that clarification. The reference was to AR, not to policy. So as we go through, and I think we'll get into the conversation.
We will.
Is what that.
Okay. So, already here. So now we're going to be getting into creating consistency, looking at the policies, comparing your current board policy with the administrative regulations. And I apologize for having board policy in there twice. It was late when I was writing that. So we're going to start with board policy. This is, it's on a couple of slides, so we're going to split it up, take it in little pieces. And we're just going to go through, and I'm going to ask that somebody volunteer to read this first slide on policy 236.1, the school board committees to advise administration and the school board.
Mr. Dorn?
Okay, the standing school board committees are audit, budget, curriculum, diversity, legislative, parent engagement, and policy. The board president shall assign one or more non-voting board members, one of whom shall be assigned as chair of each committee. The board president shall chair the legislative committee and will assign 2 additional board members. All legislative committee board members will be voting committee members. All standing school board committees are subject to the Alaska Open Meetings Act of Governmental Bodies, Act AS 44.62.310.
Thank you, Member Doran. So as we look at this, we see that you have those 7 committees, and we're going to get into this more as we look at the AR. Would it be, it's split across the state, whether boards have the charge for their committees in policy, or they have it in administrative regulation. I will say that it's typically separate. So we're going to get into your ARs a little bit more on what the charges of your committees are, was to explain that comment a little bit more. But that's just, as you're making it clear what your committees are in your policy, where you say what you want, right here, you say these are our committees, but as a board, you're not really saying this is what we want the committees to do. This, you're not as a board saying this is the specific charge of each committee. So if I was a brand new board member coming in and I was like, okay, I am going to be the chair of the audit committee. I don't really know what the responsibility of the audit committee is just by reading this policy. So that's a question that I have moving forward. Another just clarification issue that I ran into as I was reading through your policies, you have board president and board chair. And just knowing that those two terms are frequently used interchangeably, your board president is your board chair, that is not the case as far as I can tell in this policy and administrative regulations. So the board president is President Luke, but the board chair is whoever President Luke has appointed. And I would just suggest for your consideration, is that clear enough for this board? Or would perhaps saying committee chair add a little bit more clarification? Just because as I was reading through, I was like, okay, that's President Luke, that's President Luke. Oh wait, no, that's not President Luke, that's board chair. So that's somebody different. It's just a clarification issue. And I know we had a lot of conversation yesterday when we were talking about contracts and compacts and charters and making sure that there was clarification or clarity in the terms that we use. So as the board starts digging into this, is there enough clarity between board president and board chair when we're using them in the same policy together? And you actually have, I love this first slide because you have two examples of, okay, the board president is going to appoint a chair for these committees, and we've delineated for legislative committee that the board president is the chair. Somebody want to volunteer to read the second slide, which is just the last part of this policy, not the yellow box, just the black text.
Ms. Smith?
The superintendent will solicit volunteer membership for each committee that is representative of the school district and community. Members will include employees, parents, students, and community members. Following each committee meeting, the board chair of each committee will provide updates to the school board in connection with committee-related topics, activities, or board actions. The board may direct administration to appoint an ad hoc advisory committee to counsel it as one means of discerning the needs and desires of the school district and its residents.
So when we get to the membership of your committees, we have now said that the superintendent is going to solicit membership. And that's, other than the chair of your committees, the superintendent is soliciting membership. Your policy does not say who selects those members after volunteers have been solicited. Any thoughts? When we look at the policy side of things, where the board gets to say what it wants?
Ms. Marotti?
I think this has come up recently, and the reason it's come up recently is because it hasn't come up actually in any of the committees that I've served on, where someone gets, there has to be a process. So, I mean, we've had not many applications for committees, and it hasn't come to an issue. However, recently, I mean, there was a time where I had 8 applicants for 1 seat, or there was an applicant that was inappropriate. But without anything in policy, we weren't able to agree as a board or through policy the correct actions to take. So I do think that this is incredibly important.
That's a great question, and it may be something that is more applicable in the administrative regulation, but when you have 8 applicants for 1 seat, what is the process for selecting that?
Mr. Doran?
Thank you. I'm comfortable with the policy in terms of being broad and not too prescriptive. I do appreciate the edit that was, and that where it says board chair of each committee, it should be just the chair of each committee. Or just committee chair. With that edit. But in terms of, I think our AR is the appropriate place to put our, the hows, although it could be put in the policy. But I just put out there for as we go through these, Chapter 2 is an interesting one in that it's specific to the board. So as with all policy, the policy comes to us. With ARs, they don't necessarily come back to us. And what struck me during the past year is when I looked at our AR on this one, there were 4 revisions in about a 6-week time period. In the AR, they were all done during the summer. And my concern is that with a lot of ARs, they don't come back to the board. So just put in the hopper. Procedurally, AR is for Chapter 2, which directly govern the board, that should probably come to the full board awareness. So, you know, the other thing I'm just going to say, I'm glad we're having this conversation. Thank you, Jennifer, for doing that, President Luke, and the rest of the board, because this actually is 5 years since this structure of the committees have been put in play. It just preceded my coming on the board, and the conversations around there. This is a definite big step forward and improvement over, I think, what we had prior to that, and immediately why they made the change. Several committees were not really being functional. So I'm really glad that previous board made the structural change. We're having the conversation to say, how has this grown, played out in practice? What do we need to update? Those types of things. So I'm very thankful for this conversation.
Ms. Sanderson?
Yes, thank you, President Luke. I was just going to say that I think where we got into some difficulty was when we had we really kind of, I think, feel that we have 2 sets of policies, in the sense that when the board members were not chairs of committees, but we just sat on committees, there was one policy and group of criteria that we functioned under. And then there was a shift where board became the chair of committees. And I don't know that our policies shifted over to reflect that properly. And I think that's where I've run into some situations. So I think that's clear, because that's been a history of ours in the past, that we were just members of committees as board members. We sat on these 7 committees, non-voting. But then there was a shift where we actually became the chair of the committee. And I'm thinking policy didn't shift and cover and reflect that change. I could be wrong. Thank you.
Yeah. And going back to even your question, traditionally, the practice has been first one to request to be on a committee is generally accepted. So first one to request that they're the name that goes forward, that fills out the application.
Thank you. So just questions as I move forward. I'm probably going to have a lot more questions for you then I will have answers for you today, because this is a workshop. This is where we get to have the deeper conversations about the policy and the ARs. And anything that the board would like to do deeper as far as any changes, of course, is going to have to go through your own process with your policy committee and with your administration. So just responding in particular to current practice, I think it would behoove you, as we start talking about membership, to think about, are there any requirements or criteria for serving on a committee? Take your, if you have an audit committee or a finance committee, are there any requirements for serving on that committee? Is there anything that would disqualify somebody from serving on that committee? Would somebody being convicted of fraud or embezzlement prevent them from serving on a finance committee? How would you know that? And how would you, is there a process for, well, right now it sounds like your process is a first come, first serve. Is that the best process as we move forward?
And that right there is kind of the clincher, is that this has been practice. It hasn't been, we need to set up requirements or disqualifications for serving on each of these committees. I think that's kind of a huge portion of this, is that we need to have it spelled out what could be a disqualification. And is there any specific requirement?
And just responding to Mr. Duran about the ARs. Yes, the board does not approve ARs. The board does not vote on ARs. That's an administrative regulation. The caveat being, and as in my next slide says, while you don't approve the AR, the board can let the superintendent know if it doesn't really honor the intent of your policy. Now, if you're looking at your AR and you're thinking this doesn't honor the intent of our policy, this doesn't get to what we want as a board, there are two more questions that you need to ask. One, do we need to clarify the policy? What work does the board need to do on policy to make it clearer for our superintendent and administration and staff so they can draft a better administrative regulation? I guess that's the primary question. What work needs to be done to clarify the what from the board? Is there additional work that needs to be done on the policy? And then you can ask your administrator to review the administrative regulation to be more consistent with board policy. So we're going to do a lot of review of the administrative regulation right now, knowing that this is not something that you're going to vote on, but it's something that you need to be aware of, and especially when we start having these questions about consistency. If you're not delineating in policy what the purpose of each committee is, and one, why not? Two, what the qualifications for membership are, determining is there anything that's in your administrative regulation that the board feels would be more appropriate housed in the policy? So my first question for you on this is, we have purpose. This is the administrative regulation. I just pulled this last night, so I'm assuming it's the most current as of about 12:30 last night. The purpose of each of the standing committees, that lists them all, is to provide for broad stakeholder engagement and participation in the process related to the business of each committee. That is the charge for all of your committees. So if I'm a brand new board member and I am the chair of curriculum, is this going to be clear enough for me to know that what my job is on the curriculum committee?
Ms. Smith?
No. That's the answer, no.
No.
You know, I just got appointed the chair of the curriculum committee, and I had to ask, who? Teaching and learning? What's our goal? What do we even do here on curriculum committee? But it felt weird that I'm the chair of the committee, and I had to ask other people what the purpose of our committee was. And in that process, they said, I don't know, what do you want the purpose of the committee? What do you think the purpose of the committee is? And then it was like, I don't know, I guess we should decide what the purpose or direction or goal of this. So then it's just like, what even is this for? No direction to understand what the goal is. So when they send me the agenda and say, Mrs. Smith, here's the agenda for next month. Is this good? Do you approve of that? I guess, because I don't know what the goal of the committee is. So how can I even say, no, I don't approve of that? That is not meeting our goals. We need to do X, Y, Z and 1, 2, 3, or we're not going to be on task. And I'm all about being on task, but I don't know what my task is on that committee. And my committee last year was budget, but I wasn't the chair. So I didn't really realize that this was a missing part of our process because I wasn't the chair. I just came there and everything seemed real clear what we were doing there. But this is a real problem for our board and our whole district, because I have seen we're relying on some of the committees. I don't know, you never hear anything about what they're doing. But other committees, it's like the committee is presenting this direction or request or guidance, the curriculum committee, but what was their guidance? So this section of our board is out of control, and I'm very eager to see as immediately as possible resolution to it.
Mr. Doran?
Thank you. For me, in terms of that statement, is to provide broad stakeholder engagement and participation in the process. From the policy, which is to advise administration and the school board, I look at advise, that is very significant to me. When I go to the AR and see that broad stakeholder engagement, that's absolutely core, that it's broad stakeholder engagement. And when I came on the board just after they changed the structure of the committee, they updated the policy and the AR. And each committee was in the position of kind of saying, well, how do we take this broad engagement and talk a little bit about specific purpose to, I was on the curriculum at that point, pointed to a curriculum, but each committee was asked to do this. And I actually don't know how far it's gone on each one and where it was, but it was a conversation to try and say that, how does it apply to them and this broad stakeholder input. And as you were saying that, it is both the plus of why we rotate committee assignments, because we get to learn a little bit about it. And some of those questions are, I have nothing, I don't know anything about this. And so, or as in my case, I was very comfortable with curriculum. I've been on curriculum committees and designing curriculum. I've implemented it, all of these things. And my first choice was, I want to be on curriculum, So I came into that, but going into another area, it's, well, I don't know as much about this. What is, actually when I went in parent engagement, obviously I've done a lot, but how does that play in the big picture of the board beyond looking at the calendar and saying, oh yeah, we think the board should consider this version or that version, or, there were a couple of specifics, but how do we broaden? What's the bigger need? Also, the need of the board and the administration for that public input. So even if people might not come in to look at something or go to a school to look at something, we still bring a broad segment together and really say, okay, give us your viewpoints. So it's a mix of what you're saying, and I really support that. We get oriented to the board, we don't get oriented to our committees. And it's also why I think, as I said, the 5th anniversary of this is good timing to say, and we have, all of us were not on the board when this was put together. So in a sense, we're all trying to figure out what's thinking of the previous board and how it applies to us and what we know and these types of things. So with that said, I do think that the core piece is advice and broad stakeholder engagement, and want to make sure that we keep those.
Thank you, Ms. Marati and then Ms. Smith.
I think I agree with the AR when it says the purpose of the committee. The purpose of the committee is engagement. That is true. That is the purpose of the committee. Now, each committee has maybe their own vision or their agreement or their statement, and that is not an AR policy. It's per the committee and on their web pages. And then each committee then has a different project. So like the budget committee drafts the annual budget priorities memo. The curriculum committee reviews the admin's curriculum proposals on a schedule with the teaching and learning's curriculum review calendar. The policy committee reviews policies recommended by admin on a chapter schedule. So the purpose of each committee is engagement, and then each committee then has its practiced project. Some of them don't actually have a project, but most of them do. And so does that project need to be stated in policy or AR? Is maybe the question that I have.
If that's an answer to Ms. Marati, and then afterwards, I'll go to.
It is. So, and part of my job here with you today is to push a little bit, to ask us to have some of these conversations. So the question on should each committee, is it enough to have the purpose say just engagement? And so my question is, pushing back a little bit, is will a mom of a 3rd grader who has questions or concerns about curriculum be able to pull up your policy on the curriculum committee and know, okay, this is what this committee does, and this is an appropriate place where I can attend curriculum committee meetings as a member of the public to voice my concern. It's not just, we as board members kind of know, and we have our own vision and mission and statements for the committees. And I push a little on that too, because you want to codify some of the work that you're doing. What if there is an intense turnover in the board? If this is a completely new board than was in place when these were created, how do you know what the work is? So yes, stakeholder engagement and participation is important. We say that since they are obligated to comply with the Open Meetings Act, that you have to have an ability for the community to witness the work and have opportunities to provide public comment on the work, or however you involve that engagement. And when you have committees creating their own vision and mission, or whatever the statements is, goals, what is the process if the board as a whole feels like it doesn't align with your mission statement or what was in place before? Where I think you want to be more specific, I would encourage you and push you to be more specific. Yes, stakeholder engagement and participation is important, but being very clear, this is what we expect this committee to do, is also really important. So whether you're doing that in policy or you're asking your administrators to do that, I really encourage you as a board to say, this is what we want and this is what we expect. If you're advising us on how we are going to make decisions as a board, this is the type of information or work that we're expecting.
Ms. Smith?
Well, that's what I was going to say. Actually, I had 3 points, which was, it is a clear demonstration of the lack of quality of our policy that Mr. Doran can say, we were not on the board at the time, and now we have to figure it out, what they meant. Because policy exists so that transition is seamless, that everyone should know how to act simply by looking at the policy. And when you have to go back and say, I'm not the one that made that policy, wonder what it means. It means it was a bad policy, because the entire point of writing it down and codifying it was for consistency for the future. As to the committees having their own vision and mission, I think that is critical that the board creates the vision and mission, because the committees are our committees. They are not actually the community's committees. They're the board's committees. And the board should say, the mission of the Parent Engagement Committee is XYZ. And then the board chair should be executing the board's vision and mission. And if the board doesn't have a vision and mission that is directly related to that committee, as Ms. Marani stated, that some of them don't have a project, well, why do they exist? And why are we spending our resources and time and community time on those committees if they don't have a direct mission of the board? The committees are to do the work of the board. They actually don't belong to anyone else but the board. They're board committees. They're to dig up information and engagement for the board's use and the board's purpose. So once again, I will just say that I cannot express enough how much this needs resolved, because in our community, there is a feeling that these committees belong to the community, and that the community directs those committees, and that they own those committees. And it is really the opposite, that the board owns those committees. They are to assist in doing engagement for the work of the board. And it's just very unclear to the community and to the board what the purpose of these committees is. And, I'm a short-time member of the board, but a long-time engager of the board. I've had students in the school district for 16, 17 years, okay? I've been watching board meetings, and I have often thought someone needs to interject when a policy is being worded, right? And one of the roles of the superintendent in your handbook was to advise the board, right? And to guide the board. And I have seen over the years sort of a lack of intervention, where the response from the superintendent has often been, well, the board will do what the board wants, or the board will word that the way that the board wants to word it. But the superintendent has that expertise of like, how's this going to work out if we put a vague word in there? And during that process, I would just really see it as their role to interject and say, I appreciate that this is what the board wants to say, but I would advise being more clear, or I would advise using a better word or better defining that, and that just reminding the superintendent that that is their role, to advise and say, this policy is too vague, or that word doesn't mean what you think it means sometimes. So sorry to take up so much time, but.
You're fine, Ms. Smith. I had a question. Ms. Sanderson has been in the queue, and then Mr. Doran. Is there a district within the state that has really well-written policies and ARs defining their committees that we can just review that you have seen in preparing for this?
There are a lot of different examples throughout the state. Some are better than others. I will say that the one that I borrowed today was from Dillingham. They are pretty explicit in what their mission and purpose of each committee is. There is another district in Western Alaska, I can't remember off the top of my head which one, that was also pretty clear in some of their committees. But knowing that their standing committees aren't necessarily the same as yours, So they define things that are appropriate for the work that they're doing there. And I guess as you're considering this, considering the purpose and goals of your the work of your committees, if you have committees that don't have projects or things that they're working on, should they exist as committees? Should they have been more appropriate as an ad hoc committee for a certain project that disbanded when that work was done? Or is there more direction that the board needs to provide? I could look, when I do my report out, I will look to see what districts have a little bit more information in their policies and ARs, and I could share that in my report out to the board.
Thank you. Ms. Sanderson?
Thank you, President Luke. I'd have to agree with Ms. Smith and Ms. Marati. And I do think that some of the committees have taken on a life of their own. I wrote down some notes that I thought we need to clean up language. We need to make a committee charge as to what the work of the committee is. We also need to look at the policy to where who appoints and who goes through the files to say who your members are going to be on your board, on your committee, sorry. Because I've just ran into some interesting situations. And I think the other real issue that we all face is that our term of office is only a certain time. And then within those certain times, I've been on 3 committees. And if you don't win your election, if you're not back on, then there's a new person. So it's really important that we streamline and we laser focus on what your charge is going to be, what the work of the committee is going to be, how you do all this, because I'm sure that must be super uncomfortable for the committees that have been functioning without us as chairs. And then here we come as a chair and then, redefine all these things. So I just think we need to redefine it, meet with our committees to say, we've done some work, we've recognized some disparities or whatever you want to say. And now we're on the same page. This is what we're going to do and make our policies and ARs align. Because it's just very frustrating when you go from committee to committee and then we disrupt their focus or their work that they've done. Then here I come, and am I undoing the work? Am I aligned with the work? Am I counter? And it's really consuming and wearing. And I'm on the diversity committee. I just got there, but there's been some real issues. Just as I walked in the door, there was a person being appointed that shouldn't have been. How did that happen? Then I tried to work with that situation, and then I've been sick. And so, I need, and I'm desiring today with this workshop to have everything put in bullet points so that I am more confident and that I can not tear up the work that was already done, because it's great work that's been done. I just want to build on that. And I want the committee to understand that they're there to, give their recommendations so that the board can focus on that and learn on that. And I've recently been corrected as to what the procedure of how something is going on in my committee. Because I was under the impression of one thing when information came to us, and then it's other information that's it gets disseminated or taken care of by a whole nother department. And I'm not sure that that's clear. So for myself personally, I'm being very transparent and very candid. I want instructions and I want an outline of what my committee should be charged with, the work, and how we implement that work. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have a response to that or move over to Mr. Doran?
I would just say I agree. I think the board needs to be clear.
Okay, I was going to say, several points that Mrs. Smith and Mrs. Sanderson just made really resonate with me. That these are school board committees. Their purpose is, in the title, is to advise administration and the board, and then to broaden the stakeholder engagement and input. And that, as I look at the value of the committees over the years and currently, is things come either from the board or from administration that's coming to the board. It's vetted, discussed in various settings. And when it comes, in a sense, the committees are sort of the last pause point before it comes to the board, to get their input on it. When I think particularly about policy, that it's gone through management team, it's gone out to principals and different places. There may have come out of input from board discussions on things. Whatever it is, it then comes to have a group specifically to look at it from a broad perspective before, and then is it ready to come to the board, or there's some questions that we can anticipate in a sense ahead of it being testimony, actually a testimony, we can get it, but we want to get that early on. And I think something that you said there resonated is when we talk about whole board. I may be the chair of a specific committee. It's not my committee. It's not my agenda. I'm there to represent the board, to, in a sense, be a liaison to the board, because I have board meetings for my agenda or my perspective on it. I really want to be able to hear from the other people and be able to bring that in the big picture to the board when I report. It's and I think it's really significant. And I'll tell you, first when I saw, years ago, I saw, board member isn't a voting member? Wait a minute. How come? Thank goodness. Because my role in that, and I'm going back to when they first made this change and I was there and on curriculum, I need to be able to hear, I can add my voice, and that's important because sometimes it's, again, we say something that should be able to pass muster with the board. Is it ready there or not? But it's really that opportunity to hear from, because I will have my say later. So I've grown to really appreciate the wisdom and why they said that as a chair, I am a non-voting member. Or if I'm a co-chair, I don't care. Actually, I look at it as co-chair because the administrative person, they know some of the practical stuff that I don't. And we have to, when the agenda comes, it really needs, I will say that has gotten better. When it first came out, I was given the agenda and that was it. I think it is a collaborative thing. And I like the concept of co-chairs, but that's fine. But I think it is that piece of stakeholder. It's not my advocacy and neither are they advocates. They're giving information to us that we want as a board before we make those decisions. So I see it as a very valuable time. And I think the point, and I'll wrap up with this, the point that Ms. Sanderson referenced to there is, how do the members feel? So if we add some clarity that helps to make a smoother transition when the chair changes, their role, their conversation has a consistency, and that we're bringing something substantive to them. I was asked from the policy committee, should we meet more often? Well, that depends upon how much stuff we have to do. And there are times when we may not, let's not meet just for the sake of meeting, but there may be times, and our AR does address this, that we want to be respectful of people's time. Generally, 3 to 4 meetings a year, and around that quarterly concept. But there may be times that committees need to check their schedule, budget, has several close together, and then they have a span of time, and then they come back. Policy had a lot of meetings a couple of years ago around discipline things because it was a big project. Other times they have less. And so, that flexibility is important, but my comment is, as was acknowledged by some previous comments by others, that we want to make it valuable for those people's time. And I think, and I'm very strong on it's, I'm there to hear and be the conduit to the board, to bring some things that we do need, say, okay, this is what we need to hear on. What is your perspective? And to be able to listen to that, but also to make sure that we use their time productively.
Yeah, so a number of things have been brought up so far. And as I listen to the conversation, I have questions. And like I said, I'll probably be with more questions than answers. But Ms. Smith brought up that there is a perception in the community that these are community committees. When they are established by the board, they should be given a charge by the board. They are board communities, committees. I will say that when I saw that board members are non-voting members of school board committees, I found that interesting, just because that's something I haven't seen anywhere else, that you have committees of the school board where school board members are not allowed to vote. So, and when I looked at the size of some of your committees, you have committees that are 19 people large. That's incredibly large. Is that necessary for a committee of the board? So that's something that's lined out in your AR, and that's maybe a question that the board needs to ask itself. Is this what we feel is necessary to provide us with the best guidance and advice when it comes to these areas? Do we need a committee this large? And the reason I advise that is the larger your board, and we know this with school boards, the longer it takes to do things. If you have a school board of 5 members, they're generally having smaller meetings because there are only 5 people that they're trying to coordinate and debate with. I've been on boards that have 7 members. I'm like, okay, I know a school board meeting will last about 2 hours. Go to a board of 15 members. Okay, when I'm on a board of 15 members, this board meeting is probably going to last 4 to 5 hours. I was on a board of 25 members, and it was days. We could not have a board meeting that did not take days. So just knowing that the larger the group of people that you're working with, one, coordinating schedules with all, orienting all those people, because you should have orientation to your committees if you're having people that are not on the board, that aren't familiar with your non-existent charge from the board of their work. I tossed that in there snarkily, sorry. Then you need to orient them to what the work is. Otherwise, they will have the perception that, okay, if we don't have a charge from the school board, this belongs to us and we can make it what we want. And that might not be the direction that the school board is looking for advice on. So all questions that we need to be asking ourselves: the size of the committees, are they appropriate? Do we really believe that having non-voting members is appropriate? All questions.
Can I just kind of throw out a question? I was even looking at the committee because my first year, it went from committees of the administration to committees of the board. To where instead of being administrative committees with board members kind of co-chairing it. It went to committees of the board where the board member was the chair of the committee. Are we still happy with that? Because when I look at our charge as board members, it is policy, curriculum, and budget, and also legislating to our government entities. Do we still believe that we should have those as a charge under the board chairs? Or do we feel like we could, or we want to have some of them be, these are the legislative, budget, curriculum, and policy are under the charge of the board, and the other ones, we can have a board presence, but it is under the direction of administration, so that we can finely tune what our purview is and really focus on what our responsibilities are. It's just something that's been going on in my mind of, we have a heavy lift, we have a heavy responsibility, and are we as a board diversifying our attention so much that we're not focusing on the direct responsibility that we have been given as elected representatives, along with clarifying and being consistent within our purview within these committees. But that's just something that's been really going on in my mind, is what is our responsibility, and should we be in charge of all of these? Are we happy with how they're moving forward with under the purview of the board? Or do we feel like a split, or do we feel like they should be administrative? Am I allowed to ask that question during this? Yeah, okay. I saw Mr. Doran and then Ms. Marati.
Thank you for bringing that up, because I think we do have that distinction, so we can do that. The CEC, the Career and or CTE, this Career and Technical Education, is an administrative committee, and the clarification that went in terms of between there being our standing committees, otherwise being administrative or board. I think some of the discussion around that time was, if they're administrative, they're not under OMA. If they're board, they're covered by OMA, and we also have to have a quorum, if I'm correct on that. So,
Yeah.
So there was a shift, a change that was made, as you noted. And I think it's a fair consideration. I would say, yes, we should consider whether we need all of them to be school board. Can some more appropriate, and others are administrative, which in some ways goes to your point, Mr. Jackson, that we have large committees. Breadth of stakeholder involvement is part of that, which is really good. It is challenging when we're looking for a quorum at times, which is interesting, because why the board previously changed this is because they did have much smaller committees. They had a hard time getting a quorum with a third, half to a third of the, there were about 7 members prior to that, because each board member appointed, or with the approval of the full board, I believe. Stoddle, you can help me with that. But basically, each board member put forward a member of the committee. And they ran into several years where they were really, really having hard times for a number of their committees to come together. So the size wasn't as significant. We've done better with this model overall than they were running into for several years. But I like I'm just going to say, I like your consideration.
Thank you. Ms. Marati?
I'd say I understand your consideration, and I think that would help the board focus on what the board, like you said, has responsibility over. I would only push back slightly that the the strategic plan is under the board's purview, I believe, as well. And diversity and engagement or parent engagement, community engagement in general, are in the strategic plan. So I can maybe see the reasoning why those are committees is because they take on large parts of the strategic plan, which is part of the board's responsibility, not, on top of the other ones.
Well, and I think one of the things that I was even thinking of is that, with things like diversity and engagement, there are projects that we're hoping to work on, right? Or that can be worked on where they wouldn't be limited to Open Meetings Act, that more committee work can be done, moving things forward and helping with the board or, sorry, and I apologize. This is just something that I've been really thinking of because I don't want to limit continual work where things like, budget, curriculum, legislative, and policy, they're very strategic, very specific things that they are continually working on, like annual policy. This is what is coming up for policy review. This is what's coming up for curriculum review. Where diversity, parent engagement, CTE, it's very much of, okay, what does the district need to work on and what can we do to improve? It's not that standardization I'm thinking of or very spelled out to where if it's not a committee of the board, more work can be done. Am I making sense? Like without having to have massive meetings, but an email can go out and say, hey, I want you to review this, blah, 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 as we move forward.
Just in response directly to that, this is what I was getting to when we first had the conversation on when establishing board committees. When you have a board committee, is it a governance issue, which is the purview of this board, or is it operational, which should probably be in the hands of your chief administrator? And just responding to Ms. Marati really quick, yes, the strategic plan was in the purview of the board. I still strongly believe that if you have a committee serving a goal of your strategic plan lining out and the board expects the committee to push forward this specific work of the strategic plan and how.
Right. Thank you for clarifying that. Because yeah, it's like operational versus the daily operational versus our purview as board members, which is the policy, budget,
Governance.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Ms. Smith.
I would support separating some of the committees out for a lot of the reasons that were put forward here. For example, just with the curriculum committee, we're meeting every month, but we actually haven't met every month because the curriculum department hasn't had things to put forward to us that were ready. And we also had to wait almost 30 minutes from the time that our meeting started to start the meeting because we were waiting for a quorum. And so even the one meeting that we did have really should have been not conducted because we had to wait over 30 minutes to make a couple texts and try to get someone to get over here so we could have a meeting. And if that was if it was an administrative committee, then the curriculum committee could call their committee when they were ready with something, and they wouldn't have to have that quorum legally to proceed. And they could also add something that came up at, this came up at the last minute without having to notice it. And I don't know, it just seems that it would serve the purpose, which in my mind, the purpose of the curriculum committee was to advise the teaching and learning on the things that they were looking at putting forward to the board. And so why wouldn't we have that committee sort of belong to the administration that who is really who they're advising, and then the policy, they're advising us about policy because we do policy, but curriculum, Teaching and Learning does curriculum and they bring it to us for approval. So the committee more is their committee. I really do see that big difference. Who does the work of the committee? Whose decisions are they, or who's guiding that? Because the reason I had so much trouble figuring out what we're supposed to do on that curriculum committee is because it didn't feel right. It didn't feel like this is what the board does. It felt like Mr. Beam should be the person really directing this committee because it's his department. It's like a direct department issue. So I really do support certain committees who are not really directly answering a board question being administrative. So that's where I'm at.
Mr. Doran?
Thank you. A couple of things. One that I would definitely say curriculum is a governance one because it comes to us, and I like that idea. But that can be part. That should be part of our broad conversation in terms of saying which ones maybe are governance, which ones are operational. The input from all our committees, and which have predated our current strategic plan, or even the one immediately before, they've been around for a long time. I think that distinction is good. I think as we go forward, in considering what should be operational, what should be governance, that's our main concern, and then what operational, but certainly impacts us, that we still look at that question of clarifying our process so it maintains the intent of what we want, what our purpose is, and that, quite honestly, it puts both administration and board in a less precarious position. You know, there's past practice, and that carries a lot of weight. But sometimes there's not always that clarity, or how do we carry it on from, okay, so one person knows past practice, we've done that a long time with somebody else. I never knew that was done. And so I whether we consider them board specific, administration heavy, but I do like in both of ours where we talk about administration committee like CTE or board committees. In the title, it says to advise administration and board. And I would keep that aspect because I think that collaboration between administration and board is absolutely key. But whose sort of purview they fall into, that when we address that piece, we still move for that clarity that helps changes on the administration staff side as well as on the board side.
Mrs. Moline?
Yeah, I just had a few comments as I've been listening. Some thoughts have come. One thought that came early on in Ms. Jackson's presentation was ad hoc meetings versus standing meetings, and that's an interesting concept to me, like one that I've known forever, but how that might be considered in the conversation as well. So you could have your regular standing committee meetings and then ad hoc meetings. We've used that often. So that was one thing. The other thing that I've heard consistently throughout the morning has been the need to refine the policy and clarify exactly what it is we want, whether it's administrative, whether it's board, but a real need to clean up the policy. And the other consistent thread that I've heard throughout the morning, and I think is really important, is the purpose. What is the purpose for this group of people gathering and giving up their precious time? What are we here for? And make sure that's very clear in our policy and ARs. And then the idea of an orientation, I thought was really, really a good idea too. I also the idea of getting a quorum, or the reality of getting a quorum has been a constant challenge. So we have our committees and we want them to meet, but because of our size, they may not meet for several months because we haven't gotten a quorum. So I think there's some really big chunks of considerations, policy, purpose, size, are the three that kind of rise to the top. And it makes all kinds of sense to me what President Luke was saying about governance versus operational, and freeing up how we do meetings to actually have them fulfill a purpose. So those were just observations, and I think it's a great direction.
And I'm in no way of saying that we would not participate. It's just that the purview would fall under administration, but that we would work, the person in that committee would work in unison with administration to move work forward, but that you would have the freedom and ability to, if something happens or if something comes up, to change course and actively engage on specific tasks at hand, and more have that freedom to continuously work and not be beholden, because that's that operational side of it,
Right.
and not be stuck in the thing where you have to wait till the next meeting. You can't break Open Meetings Act, where with some of them, it's just very much that governance piece of the board needs to vote on this specific item. We know that it's very much annually done on a regular basis. And so that's just where that comes from.
Yeah, no, I agree. The freedom, that word freedom, to take things in as they come, to meet, with who shows up and get the input. And there's just a lot of freedom involved there.
And as we move forward, I just want to be respectful of time. We have just under an hour left. And so after Mr. Doran's comment, I just want to make sure that we can get through all of the information that you have so wonderfully collected so that we could do this work.
Thank you, President Luke. As both you and Ms. Mullane were talking, what struck me is when the board made a shift in the structures of the committees, we shifted everything to administrative. In the middle, we went back to some board versus administrative committees in the way they operated. That where we had made it, there had been a complete shift. Maybe it was a blended shift that we needed, and that's where I think we're talking about. So I think support for that consideration. The other one that I just want to bring out that has really struck me with Chapter 2 is if we may need to put more into policy than, in my mind, I think we need in policy. Policy is always, that's the general thing, the ARs or the how-tos. But because these are operation of the board, we may need to, I'm not necessarily advocating for this, but I think I consider that we don't lose sight of. My concern is there were changes in the AR that directly affected the operation of the board that didn't come to the board, or even to the board's awareness, was never mentioned. And I'll admit I was shocked at it. But part of it was my lapse, that I should have been looking for that. So it's a learning piece for me. But with these operational policies, so that we ensure that those ARs do need to, at least as an informational item, we may not need to take action on them because they're AR, but informationally we should have those. And I think this is a clear example where policy, as policy was okay, AR in the how-tos wound up with shifts that didn't necessarily have clarity for all the board members, but it impacted all of us, or we might have very different views of it. So as we move forward, we look at that balance within the chapter 2, particularly since that's board operations, that those ARs are a little bit different, how they're done, not just administratively or by who happens to be board president at any given time, whatever. And I don't want to imply there's anything wrong with these. It's just learning through and growing through the process how these things work, but that we have some balance of board information in it.
And actually, Ms. Marati had one more question.
Does anyone know or recall why the shift was made from admin to board committees 5 years ago? Because if we do it again, and I mean, if it was done for a specific reason and we shift them back to admin, then wouldn't that just happen again? 2 minutes is him.
Mr. Doran?
Okay, now somebody else may weigh in, and I'm really good. I'm looking across at Mrs. Tuttle because she's. I'm going to say I don't know, because I was in the audience at the time that the board made these shifts, but they did have, if memory serves me, at least in the general area, I won't say right, that they had several conversations and it had been building up for quite some time. And of course, with policy, it went first and second readings, but they had been talking about attendance, particularly at the meetings, and a lot of their advisory committees not meeting. You know, some did, and just curriculum was a good example. I think curriculum was usually pretty. They have their sort of their own deal, but inappropriately so. So they were meeting, and there were things that were coming to the board on a regular curriculum basis. So that was different. But the other things could be a little bit more hit and miss. And so the board was looking at that attendance. And then the issue was quorum, whether OMA requirements, those types of things, broadening out the representation. So if you broaden it out, difficulty of getting the quorum. So at least I believe those were some of the conversation points that led to it. And then their decision was, I can't speak to that. I know why they voted which way, but I know those were considerations among whatever other ones they had to move it that way, more administration heavy, but still keeping the premise that they're advising the board. But it was a logistical thing and some staff supports, I think.
Ms. Jackson?
But just in response to that, it's okay to push back from the change that was made 5 years ago. Does it matter? Does it matter why the change was made 5 years ago? You've piloted this now, you've done it for 5 years. If this board has made a decision that this is not serving the district, it is not serving our students, it is not serving the board, and we need to shift to something that serves us better, that's okay. It happens. One of my favorite things with my kids is, you do the best that you can, and when you know better, you do better. So just as we look at things, knowing that, okay, we've tried this, 5 years is pretty reasonable for trying out a new committee structure. Maybe it's not serving us the way that we had hoped that it would serve us. And I do want to get moving because we have about 45 minutes left, and I realize I'm about halfway through this. And some of it is going to go quicker because it's the same question over and over again. But I want to
just do a follow-up to your comment. When we midterm or partway through the last 5 years, we switched it back to board chairs, was one of those corrections, but it did mean we had to make sure we quorum OMA. But to your point, yes, we grow and learn.
And it does sound like I would push that there's been a statement that, the policy was okay, but I don't know that your policy is okay. I think that the board needs to be very clear, this is what we want. So that it's clear for you, it's clear for future board members, it's clear for the public. So I am gonna move us forward. When we look at membership of the board committee, I did point out that I find it interesting that your board members aren't allowed to vote on board committees. I just find that interesting. And that, you know, it is totally appropriate that your superintendent is assigning their staff. Your superintendent's going to know who is the best staff to support each committee. And your AR talks about who serves on each committee. Elected and advisory board members will encourage constituents to apply for positions. I guess my question right here, just with this section was, is this what you're doing in practice? Is the superintendent assigning the administrative staff? Is the board president serving as chair of legislative committee with 2 other board members? Like, is this what you're doing in practice? I'm seeing nods. Are you happy with this practice? Ms. Matheson?
You said something about two chairs. Where did you read?
Oh, a legislative committee. The board president serves as chair with 2 additional members
Oh, okay.
from the board.
That's all I needed.
Okay.
I think the only one that's not being practiced at this time, it has in the past, but this most recent change is that the budget committee, I believe, only has 1 member on it right now. And I brought that up to President Luke, but I'm not sure why this wasn't followed. And I remember when we changed it to 2 members, it was for new board members to come in and sit as that second board member, and to gain the knowledge of how the budgets work and to get into the process and to learn and the definitions and terms. And then when the first board member, the chair, then their term is up or they get moved, then there's a second board member that has been following along and can move into that position. But that was a change made just a few years ago, and this is the first time that there's only been 1 in the last few years.
So that's a great example of codifying it. That's appropriate to have 2 board members in that rotation system. Somebody comes in new, they're learning the process, they're watching the person with the experience as chair. As they move out, that person moves in and somebody else is brought in, and codifying that. So it doesn't just say, well, 1 or 2 people are going to be on the board. We are going to have 2 people from the board on here, and this is why. And that's great reasoning. And since this is an AR, you'd say, hey, chief school administrator, superintendent, this is why we did that. Is there a way we can codify that in the AR?
Mrs. Smith and then Mr. Doran.
Yeah, of course, Ms. Luke wasn't in here when we said that. And my question would be, or statement would be, how was she supposed to know when she went to assign the committee chairs? That seems like, just like you said, a great process. But how was she supposed to know? Because it is about the budget committee, where the person who was the second board member, the thought was they would be made the chair because they had the year of experience serving. And then, a new member who was elected would serve as the second person. And that seems like a great idea and real good reasoning for it. But how was Ms. Luke or anyone supposed to know? And bad policy can just be defined by the next person who comes having no clue what that policy means or what it even is. So if that's the practice of the committee, that should be in writing somewhere, so that, because what if our board president was a newly elected member? They should be able to walk in, get an orientation from Ms. Tuttle, take that policy book, and when they have a question, go to it and know the answer. How do I assign committee chairs? Boom. There should be something about that in there. And that process with the budget committee should have been written down. And maybe I'm just getting ahead of things here, but my actual thing that I wanted to say was with our, I just wrote it down, with the changes to the chapter 2, just like Mr. Doran was stating earlier, that the ARs were changed and they don't have to come to the board, but he thinks they should. I was thinking in my mind that changes to the ARs would be perfect consent agenda items, where you're just FYIing the board that that AR was changed only for the chapter 2, right? Because it, like you said, it directly affects the board. So if it's in the consent agenda, the board members are to read it. And now we can't claim like, hey, we never saw that. But it was put to us in consent and we voted, yes, we consent to those changes. And if someone didn't like them, they could pull them and we could discuss them at the meeting. I mean, that would be such a functional process to put chapter 2 AR changes in the consent agenda.
And just responding, I'm a perfect example of that. When I first was elected to the school board, I attended my first meeting and they elected me president. And I went, I don't even know what I'm doing. And now you've elected me president. So that's a great point. Thank you, Ms. Smith. And again, I think it's a great idea to have your ARs in your consent agenda so that you can review it. That way, if there are questions, you could always pull it from the consent agenda because you have the authority as the board to say, this AR meets the intent of our policy, or to ask your administrator to revisit it and clarify the intent of the board for their, as they revisit that AR.
Mr. Doran?
Thank you. Great suggestion, resolution. I did want to point out that the Budget Committee does say 1 or 2. It does not say that 2 will be appointed. So that's up to the board president to decide that, and sometimes in figuring that out. And going back to policy, our policy, which trumps AR, is that the board president shall assign 1 or more non-voting board members as chair, with 1 designated as chair. So technically, we could have 2, 3 on various committees. It's an option. Yes, there could be good rationale for doing it, but there may not. There also, I think when we talked about this, which was discussed, that there could be reason, maybe because of availability of board members or whatever, that you might have to, but we could do it. We could have that option. It wasn't a lapse.
Ms. Sanderson?
So I just wanted to comment that, President, you did appoint myself and Ms. Smith to the Budget Committee. And then when I left, rotated off, Ms. Smith became the chair. Is that correct?
No, ma'am.
Oh,
I actually put Ms. Matheson onto the Budget Committee because
I don't need a reason
because-
why. I was just thinking that I know we served together on the board on that committee, so I was just a little confused. So, okay.
Yes, that was the prior year.
that was the prior year with Mr.
Okay.
Doran.
Right,
Okay.
because this change had just come in, and that's why I put 2 on that committee, taking advantage of the or, and with the thinking that, yes, that provides a new member coming on, get information about budget, which is one of the biggest things we spend time on. So, and then having an experienced chair there, so.
Okay. All right, thank you for the clarification.
And this is a perfect example of why it's really important to codify things. So like it sounds like a great practice of having 2 board members on there and having this cycle so that people learn the process. But how is anybody to know that if you don't have it in writing? You don't want to just rely on institutional knowledge. You're not going to have Ms. Tuttle forever. We love her. I would love to have her forever. I love working with her. But it's important to have things like that in writing so that it's like, well, yeah, we could do this, we could do that. Well, why did we do it? This was the intent. This is what the board would like to see, getting that in writing. And I'm going to push us to keep on going. Now we're going to start looking at how some of these appointments are made. And I think this may be where your community is feeling like these are community committees and not board committees. Because when I look at all the different types of people, yes, it's important to have community engagement. Yes, it's important to have all these viewpoints. Is it necessary to have 19 people on the committee? And you've really lost control of the vast majority of your committee members. They are not appointed by the board. You have them appointed by FEA, ESSA, FPA, like down all the way down here. And then it gets a little confusing for me, is what we talked about a little bit earlier. We get down to parent and community members, application process with final selection made by the board chair. But you don't have it documented anywhere what that process is or what the qualifications of being on any committee is, if there are any disqualifications for being on a committee. So maybe that is a separate AR. If you're going to have people completing applications, maybe it's an exhibit. This is what the application form looks like. This is what the criteria for serving on this committee looks like. If you have any disqualifications, and this is what will be considered in making that decision. If it's going to be first come, first serve, say it's going to be first come, first serve. So once it's filled, it's filled. If not, say that illuminate what the process is.
So you just described two different processes, and would it be okay for each individual committee to come up with their own process, or should it be blanketed, this is the process for any of the committees?
I would suggest consistency. I mean, part of the conversation that we're having today is we want consistency across the board. Where you may see differences is the qualifications for someone to be on the finance or budget committee may be different for the qualifications for somebody that's on the legislative committee, or if there are any qualifications, or if there's any disqualifications. So those you might want to line out per committee, but if you have a process, make sure there's consistency in that process. Who's responsible for what? What sort of timeline is there? When are you accepting, it's totally appropriate if you have an application process for committees and you're assigning committees in, whenever you do that, October or November, is your application process in September or August? Like, what does that look like? And codify it so that when your public comes in and says, I want to be a parent member of this committee, when do I have to get my application in? They shouldn't have to go searching on the website for each different committee's ideas on what that's going to look like. They should be able to go to your policy manual, pull it up, and see, okay, here's the application process, here's the form, this is how I do it.
Well, I think that that's something that also came up, is that we need to really work on the date of applying and have it be, if it's going to continue on with the committee chair, that it's after the committee has been formed, so that the new committee chair can have final say in the committee. And I think that's standardization of that date, because it's kind of just trickled in. And I think that having that standardization of that date is pretty important as well. Okay. Mr. Doran.
To your point, I would just say, if it does go to the final approval to the chair, that it be within a specified process, that it's not just up to me to say, oh, I like this person, I don't like that person, or this person agrees with me, that person doesn't agree with me. We need to still have what do I base my approval on? Okay, if there's a debate as to who one sent their application in the morning and one in the afternoon, okay, they're the same date, but yeah, I'm approved. The one who came in first in the morning, that's it, and then you'll be next, or whatever what we decide on. But I'm just very cautious about leaving that totally up to me to just simply say, oh, this is how I feel today, or this is who I like, or how do I base my decision?
Ms. Smith?
I'm going to say nothing. Sorry.
Ms. Jackson?
Sometimes I'm impulsive, but I'm just going to, no.
So guidance, I appreciate the providing guidance to the committee chair. And some thoughts that come to mind, you have, right now in your administrative regulation, you don't control who a lot of the members of your committees are. Maybe a chair of a committee is appointed, and they look at who has been submitted by all these different entities, and they find that they have 6 men on the committee, and no women have been appointed, and they have an application, maybe there are, out of the application, just is there going to be considerations like that? Are you looking for diverse representation on your committees? What sort of considerations is the board chair going to, are they going to say, well, the first person applied was also a male, so we're going to appoint them, and we have and I'm just using that because that's an easy one for me to say. To me, it's pretty not whatever. Maybe it's parents versus non-parents. Maybe it's ethnicity. Like, what considerations should the chair take into mind when selecting their member? And be very clear about that. So it's transparency for your public. If you have ideas, communicate them to your administrator. That is probably an administrative regulation thing. But being very clear of what your process is. Because right now, when I look at your administrative regulation right now, it is not clear to me that if I'm the first person to get my paper and that I get to be on the committee. And whether that's fair or not is a different kind of question. But being very clear about who makes the selection and what is considered when making that selection.
Mr. Doran?
Just an observation, as I glance down the list of committee memberships, it's interesting that on several of our committees, there are more at-large community members than there are parents. And we make a distinction that if you're a parent, you're a parent. If you're a community member, you're a non-parent to someone in the district. And that creates some difficulties in filling positions, but it also could give us some room to look at as far as reducing numbers. In one committee, there are twice as many community members as there are parents, for instance. So just an observation.
We're going to move on. So stakeholder representation on each board committee will be as follows, and we're going to start digging into each committee now. Now, the audit committee. Something, my question on there is this what happens in practice? And then talking about voting, non-voting. But what I also want you to think about, and we're not going to solve everything here today. These are more to get you thinking about things. Is the audit committee really necessary to be a committee of the board? I mean, is it more appropriate as an ad hoc committee? So just because it is an ongoing thing year to year, but they have a very specific, actually they don't have a purpose and task right now in your policy, but they should. So things to think about who's going to be on there. When you look at the membership of your audit committee right now, does anything come into mind? Especially when we're thinking about, no, this one doesn't have. Go ahead. You had a question?
Ms. Marotti?
The audit committee is the most different committee than all the other committees. All the other committees are, made up of many stakeholders and are district focused. The audit committee actually the audit committee is made up of borough audit committee members and IGU committee members, and then the district committee members listed here. And they don't meet here, they meet with the borough and the audit firm. So it's very different. And they meet to get updates from the audit firm and then approve work going forward and get updates about each different entity. And then they get the It used to be the CAFR. I think it's changed its name this year. They get the audit results back and approve that and then move forward with that.
So here's my question, just in hearing that right there. They approve that and move forward. Your committees can make recommendations. They cannot approve reports. They cannot, like, the approval of the school district audit needs to come to the board.
It does. It does. They just approve like that everything's moving forward with the audit firm. They don't
Okay.
approve the actual CAFR audit itself. That goes to each entity. They're just approving that the work that's been done and that the work that's going forward is appropriate.
So that's a perfect example of, is there clarity in the purpose? Well, I, as your facilitator, know that this is what the audit committee is doing when I come in to work with you guys. Our parents, our community members are going to know that this is the purpose of the audit committee. So having clarification in there, I don't have any heartburn with the membership of this committee because it seems pretty straightforward. Now, when we move on to the next one, this is the budget committee. You can have up to 19 people on here, and that just seems incredible to me. Incredible and unwieldy. I will say, when I have looked through all the school district policies over the last couple of days, you definitely have the largest committees I've seen in the state. They are the biggest. Are they serving the need of the board? And it sounds like we've had some conversation here today where it's like, well, we've had to wait a half hour to get a quorum, or maybe we don't get a quorum, and there's issues. Maybe this worked when you first started, or maybe it was an attempt to get, steer the car a little bit different. If it's still not getting you where you want to be after 5 years, is it something you want to scale back and reevaluate? Would it be easier to have a smaller committee, with a narrow focus? And then again, with your budget committee, you don't have a purpose for this other than we want stakeholder engagement. So what is their work? And I'm sure there's work. I'm sure there is very clear things that you expect from your budget committee, but I don't know what you're expecting from your budget committee. And the dad down the street doesn't know what you're expecting from your budget committee. So starting to have those conversations, what do we expect from these committees? And this is a perfect example. Are there any disqualifications to being on the budget committee? Do you want somebody, that maybe has had some, embezzlement or fraud convictions serving on the budget committee? I don't know that you would have that information, but just throwing it out there.
Ms. Smith?
That just brings out what you said, it's just a weird thing where I served on the budget committee, and I don't think it would matter if someone was convicted of fraud, because that's not what we talk about at the budget committee. We're really not recommending money. We're talking about budget priorities, community priorities, what sort of ideas should we spend our money on? And so where it is a budget committee, we're not advising on dollars or spending practices. I didn't feel that when I served on the budget committee. We talked about what are the priorities that we wouldn't want the budget to cut. So they were just it was more abstract. So a person looking at a title of budget committee would think you wouldn't want someone who had investment frauds on that committee. But I don't see how it would matter when we're talking about, is parent engagement our funding priority? Is student achievement our funding priority? So it wouldn't even matter. So just the confusion that right there, you and I have different ideas about what the members of that committee even do, just illustrates our problems.
Ms. Marati and then Ms. Sanderson?
I think that there might be some confusion because some districts have finance committee and then some districts have budget committee. So, and those are two very different charges, different purposes. And on a finance committee, it may be an issue. But my question is, and maybe Ms. Tuttle or Ms. Moline can answer this, for committee appointments or members, do we run a background check on them? Even though they're volunteers in the district?
No. Ms. Sanderson and then Ms. Matheson.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. So for the purpose of the standards that we set for students and staff, whoever serves to on committees, whoever conserves on committees, the integrity portion should be in place. We don't need a person who, there's a standard and you need to meet the standard. So I don't see why we would even consider someone who'd had a fraud charge or anything. That we just have a standard of integrity, respectful, and so I don't think we need to deviate from that. I think that is important. So just opinion.
Ms. Matheson?
Thank you. I have to agree with Mrs. Sanderson that was what I was going to say. And the budget committee, the meetings that I've attended are all about the money, not these abstract ideas.
And that's going to get us back to the primary point today, is we need to have clarity on what these committees are supposed to do. So yeah, there was miscommunication. I was thinking, okay, I just didn't understand what the budget committee is. But some of your members don't understand what the budget committee is. I actually have a question for myself that I'm going to research and get back to you on if there's any background check requirements for volunteers for committees and stuff like that, because that's something that we've been looking at as far as volunteers that work directly with students. I know that, but I don't know when it comes to just volunteers in the school, like the district.
Ms. Matheson?
My understanding is that we all have to have a background check. And I've done my background checks just to volunteer at the schools or anything. So for the past 18 years, I've made sure that my background check was done so that I can continue volunteering.
I think a delineation that Ms. Jackson made, and that anyone that has anything to do or any in the building, contact with kids, possible contact with kids, do go through a background check. But if we're talking about volunteers that sit on a committee that don't necessarily have contact with students, I don't know if there's a requirement. I don't know if in the state, it's not been a practice of ours, but if you delineate those two kind of jobs, yes, everyone that has any contact with students or possible contact with students would need a background check.
But there's a student
on the committee.
rep on the committee. So I think we need clarification on that and just ensure that we are following that.
And that's just the first thing that comes to my mind is you have students on your committee, so they are still interacting with youth.
Good point.
So as we move on, I have listed, this is the totality of what you have for each of these committees, other than what we had before for purpose being collecting stakeholder engagement. This is all you have is for each of these committees slides that we're going to go through. And I don't want to spend too much time just in recognition of the time we have together, but you can see that all of your committees are very large. Curriculum committee is 17 members. There's no specific charge that's specific to the curriculum committee. It also has a student rep and at-large community reps. So I'm just actually going to flip through these pretty quick. So you can see there are questions in the yellow boxes, but they're all very similar. Like who selects these? What is the process? What is the criteria for selecting members? And at the end of the day, you may decide, well, maybe we don't want 17 to 19 member committees. Maybe we want something smaller or more manageable. So this is going to be retweaked anyways. Your diversity committees got 17 members. Legislative is a little bit different. It's the one that has more board members on it. So, and I think your board members are also voting members of your legislative committee. But where you'll see in this particular section, perhaps because everybody's a voting member, but, and I think back in the audit one too, is on some of your committees like budget and curriculum and diversity, you say these members are non-voting. And then you have your audit committee and your legislative committee that don't say anything. And so my initial question, just because I was looking for consistency issues when I was going through the AR, was, oh, they didn't put who's non-voting. I was like, oh, well, maybe they're all voting. Well, maybe we should also clarify all members are voting members so that we don't have those questions when we're going through the slides or going through our administrative regulations. And it's really the same question for each committee. Is it appropriate? Who does the selection? Is there any criteria? We had some comments from board members like, there are standards that we expect people to uphold. Where are those standards set? Like, are they in policy? Are they in the district mission? Like, where do you identify what those standards are that we want committee members to uphold? Getting to the very end of the administrative regulation, it talks about the superintendent may assign additional district staff to board committees to provide support. Totally appropriate, because your superintendent is going to know who's going to be able to best serve. And recommendations from each board committee will be presented to the school board as appropriate via written report. Now, my question here was like, okay, would it be beneficial to have an exhibit here on this? What do those reports look like? And that might be answered by specifying what the charge is for each of your committees. They're going to know what they have to report out on because they will have a very specific line of work or goals that they need to accomplish. But right now, you just say, we want some stakeholder engagement. Here's who you got, and give us a report. But you don't say what you actually want to hear or read in that report. Thoughts from anybody that's a committee chair that's had a question on what they need to put in that report? Everybody, they're just figuring it out. No idea. You have no idea. And that's part of that. I think you really need to take some time with this policy and specify the charge so your chairs know this is what is expected of me, this is what is expected of my committee, and this is what we're bringing to the board so that you don't have, I don't know. You have term limits. Are your term limits honored and practiced? Like, is that what you follow? Yep, seeing nods. And then I just had this question, and it may be a moot question as you do some work, and whether you decide to maintain the current committee structures or if you want to make them smaller. But one of those people that looks for loopholes. If I'm on a committee for 2 years as a parent and I've termed out, could I then reapply as a community member? And is there anything that either allows that, documented that allows that, or prevents that? And if I'm a member of this committee and I term out on curriculum, can I then apply to be a member of the budget committee?
Ms. Marotti?
And that came up quite a few times for me last year. We'd have parents of students in the district applying for seats that had been vacant that were community members and declined by administrative support because they were parents of students. And in previous years, the board president, not Mrs. Luke, but another board president clarified that, but not in policy, that parents are community members. And so sometimes it was allowed, sometimes it wasn't, and it was confusing because wasn't in policy, year over year when it would come up and happen. And so I agree that that needs to be very clearly defined. Are parents community members, or are they only parents?
I have just a weird anecdote about that, which is I was on the special ed advisory committee when I was a parent, and I was on the board. And so now I'm on the special ed advisory committee. Like, what is my spot? That is weird, because even though I was on the board last year, I was on the special ed advisory committee as a parent. Then we just had our first special ed advisory committee, which this isn't a committee of the board, so it's separate and it is what it is. But it just still was awkward, because then when I saw the list, I was changed from a parent spot to a board member spot. But there actually maybe isn't a board member spot on that committee. Like, that's not a committee that we assign board members to. So I see my role on that committee as a parent. But now the committee chair sees my role as a board member. It's just weird, because what if you were a teacher and you wanted to be on that as your role as a parent? Can you even choose to do that? And that's a separate kind of committee. But there's just so many confusing, weird things in life.
Ms. Marati?
Well, not to answer that question, that is clear in policy. It does state in policy that a staff member, FEA member, SO, FPA, cannot serve as a community or parent seat. So that's clear. But the community parent switch, that's not clear.
And anybody that had kids in school knows that it's really hard to take off that school board hat. I've been in the same situation. Like, I know whenever I used to call the school, I'd say, I'm calling as a mom. I'm calling as so-and-so's mom. Please know that, please treat me as any other parent and this. And they're like, oh, yes, board chair, whatever. I'm like, no, that's not why I'm calling. So it's really hard for, even though it's not a board committee, it's hard for our staff and the community at large to see us as anything other than board members. But it all gets back to documentation and clarity. What is the clear role of each board member? Now, meetings talks about when meetings are going to be held during having your AR says that you're going to have quarterly meetings and that they won't be held during holidays, breaks, whatever. Or when there's inclement weather, committees may adopt alternative schedules so that, we heard earlier that one committee wanted to move towards a monthly schedule to continue with the work. So that is permissible as long as it's prescribed tasks within the school term. And then if a voting member misses more than 50% of meetings for the current school year, that member may be dismissed and replaced by the board chair. Now, I would encourage you, if this is in your AR, to have a process for how that is done. Sounds like you're already having some attendance issues with your committees. If you're only having 4 meetings a year, that means somebody can miss 2 meetings and then be removed at that 3rd meeting. But what is the process? Like, how, if it's somebody that is not appointed by anybody in the district, if it's somebody that is appointed by the union, how would that work? Just think about clarifying. So are you going to tell the union we're not acknowledging the rep to this committee that you appointed because they're not attending? Is that your responsibility, or is that the union's responsibility to ensure that their member is attending the committee? It's just questions I have as I read through this.
Ms. Smith?
Just another question. Is that the board chair, Ms. Luke, or the board chair of that committee?
And I had that exact same question as I was reading through. So I was like, okay, that's President Luke. And I was like, wait, no, that's president. Or is it the board chair? Because those terms are really used interchangeably. So if it is the committee chair, let's say committee chair, because board chair and board president, trying to use them, they're interchangeable. So that does create, I honestly had that question myself a dozen times as I was going through this. Okay, is this Jennifer or is this one of the other board members? We're running down on time. So is there work that needs to be done on policy 236.1? Yes, there's a lot of work that needs to be done on clarification, addressing inconsistencies, conflicts. I've been trying to take copious notes of the conversations that I've heard here today with the board members. I do report out once, I get back home. I'll be reporting on what we covered here today and some highlights that I think that you want to remember as you move forward. So hopefully I've hit a lot of those and will include them in my report out, because it sounds like you do have a lot of work that you want to do there. Hitting on the next policy, it seems unfair that this next policy has 5 minutes for us to address, but I do want to touch on it because I think that I do like this in part. You have one standing administrative committee, and that's your CTE. And it talks about the superintendent shall assign the person to be as a non-voting member. The board president shall assign somebody. And when we go on, it's very specific on what this CTE committee does. They're aligned with the federal guidelines for the 21st Century Act, Perkins, and other federal guidelines. And that following each committee meeting, the board member representative will provide an update to the school board in correspondence with committee-related topics, activities, actions. So as you look at it, this one committee, the administrative committee, has a lot more information than any of your board committees. They know that, okay, this was established for this, and I could probably look at federal guidelines for this. Could there be additional clarification on what specifically the board wants it to do? Yes. But they've already got a jump start on what their charge is. And then you also have included in the policy that if you need to appoint other ad hoc committees, you can. Again, looking at the AR, you have the purpose of the standing CTE committee, which is restated in the AR. And then you get to the membership and what the membership of that committee consists. I did have one question when I was going through here, and just because I went back and forth between this and the last slide. The last slide says that you're going to have a career technical education, or no, not that one, a UAF career technical college representative. And when we talk about who gets to appoint those, it doesn't say who. So are we just relying on UAF to send us a career tech rep? How are you appointing that person? So that one seat, to me, lacked a little bit of clarity. The superintendent or administrative staff may assign additional staff to it. That yellow box on the bottom there was just because I had copied and pasted the slide, and that's a mistake. That doesn't need to be there. So I think as far as purpose goes, your CTE committee has a little bit of a jump start on what you ideally would want to see for the purpose of your committees. It could be refined more so you have actual tasks and goals assigned to it. But that's more of what you would expect to see when looking at the purpose and charge of committees. So wrapping up, we are at 12:28. What are next steps for the board that it wants to take? So my suggestions are that you elaborate on the purpose of each committee so that they know what they're doing. They're not generic, that you address those inconsistencies, you work on clarification, and you identify processes. There are a lot of processes in the HR and the AR that are referred to that you don't really have any more information on, whether it's selection of committee members or removal of committee members, identifying what those processes are. And then who's responsible for driving these next steps? This is a lot of policy work. So are you putting it on your policy chair? Is this just something that Mr. Duran's going to, you're the policy chair, correct? Is this something that he's going to have to drive for you? Or just keeping in mind, it shouldn't just be on Mr. Duran. This is a joint, it is the responsibility of the board to push, recognize, and acknowledge that this is work that as an organization needs to be done.
Ms. Smith?
Thank you. Would this be, Ms. Jackson, appropriate for an ad hoc committee, like to just set aside a chunk of time that's not the board as a whole and then make a recommendation to the board to adopt changes?
Yes, it is totally appropriate for an ad hoc committee. If the board wanted to establish an ad hoc committee to address policies, I've already forgot the numbers, you know what they are, 2, 3, whatever. And this is what we expect, and this is the timeline, and after you've made this recommendation to the board, the committee will dissolve. That is totally appropriate.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that we don't have another year pass by without ensuring that these are in place before the next election. And so I want to make sure that we are being proactive, engaging, and fixing some of the issues that we have currently to ensure that it is structured so that the next year, as committees are formed, everybody is aware of what they are, everybody is aware of the process, the policy is structured and sound, and the ARs are in conjunction with the what the board wants to be seen within these committees. And I apologize, it is just past 12:30, and I know, Ms. Jackson, you do have a plane to catch. And I want to be really respectful of your time.
The only thing usually I like to wrap up and say, hey, how are we all feeling? But I am respectful of your time as well. So I thank you for being here. Know that I am a resource. You all have my card, my email, my phone number. So if there are things that pop up, feel free to let me know. I will get a report I will send a draft to the president and Ms. Moline early next week. And once, if it looks good, it looks accurate, as per our conversations, I will send, you can share it out with the board. Happy to be here with you. I hope it's been beneficial to spend this time today.
And from the board and administration, thank you. We really appreciate your guidance moving us forward with this, because this is something that is just incredibly important to the board. And even your work last night, we know that you put a lot of work and effort into this, and we really appreciate that. And we hope that you have safe travels today. Can we get a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second.